their product to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Our core values: equality, respect, the pursuit of greatness. Through and through, this is who we are.
Be at the ballpark to experience a proud tradition. Canada Day, Monday, July 1st. The first 15,000 fans will receive a Blue Jays Canadian tuxedo hat giveaway. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
Proud to the core. Canadian to the core. Blue Jays to the core.
Copa America is underway, and you can hear all the top soccer stars from North and South America in action on Sirius XM. The U.S. men's national team goes toe-to-toe with elite competition, including Brazil and defending champion Argentina.
It's Messi! It's always him!
Hear every Copa America match, plus expert analysis, all tournament long on Fox Sports 83 and Sirius XM FC 157, or listen anytime on the Sirius XM app.
Blue Jays fans, no matter where you are, you won't miss a pitch with the SiriusXM app. Hear every game all season long. Download the SiriusXM app and search Blue Jays. And the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Surprised, disappointed. The fact that Elvis, came to us, told us, he's obviously, humbled, and you guys saw his statement and knows that he made a mistake, and we're gonna support him through it. So. Surprised at the conversation for sure, and the fact that he's taking responsibility for it, I think, is a good first step.
We're obviously extremely disappointed, very surprised. We will work with him to ensure that he has learned from this. It's obviously a big mistake. We will support him when he returns and all the way through the process.
That, of course, the voices of Blue Jays manager John Schneider and general manager Ross Atkins. As I mentioned off the top of the broadcast, if you missed the intro, Orelvis Martinez suspended earlier today 80 games by Major League Baseball for performance-enhancing drugs. And before we go over to Show Ali, Chris, just your instant reaction, I suppose, on the 80-game suspension and the top prospect essentially, making a mistake and out of the lineup now for 80 games, just as he was maybe getting set to start his career and hopefully take off for the Jays.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed, but I think the biggest thing that fans and people have to realize is whether he did this with intent to enhance his performance or whether he did it for another reason. I think the biggest thing that from a former player's point of view is you have to remember is it's just an irresponsible decision. You look at the label, you see what's in there, you snap a picture of it, you send it to the Players Association. They have doctors that can tell you, hey, this has X in it, don't take it, you'll fail a drug test. You shelf that product, you move on to the next one. You take a photo of that, you send it in. There's no language barrier. Every single thing that comes from the Players Association is either in Spanish or Japanese or English. There is zero language barrier. I do not want to hear anybody saying that. I don't want to hear that argument at all. The biggest thing from me is that it's just an irresponsible decision from him.
I'm sure we will talk more about that over the course of the broadcast as the Blue Jays try to avoid the sweep in Cleveland today. But for more on what the American League East looks like and a whole lot more getting set for the first pitch between the Guardians and Blue Jays, let's bring in from Baseball Control, Show Ali.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Chris. Welcome back inside Baseball Control. Hope you're all doing well this Sunday. Before we check out the Bet365 standings update, the corresponding roster move to today's Orelvis Martinez suspension is that Stuart Baroa, outfielder, was called up and added to the 40-man roster. Let's hear from him. Let's hear how he found out he was getting the call-up to the majors.
We were playing Scranton down AAA, and I was in the middle of the game. I was in second base, and they pulled somebody to pinch run, and then I was like, what is going on? What happened? And then Casey Candel, our manager, just pulled me to the tunnel and told me that he was mad at me because I didn't run the base hard and all those stuff. And I was like, what you mean? Like, I don't get what you're saying. And then he just came out and told me, like, oh, you're just going to Toronto.
What's your reaction? What's the thing that has been going through your mind?
It's unbelievable. I don't believe it. I'm here, but it's crazy. The process has been really tough, but I've been a grinder, and just what come from my mind was like all the hard work that I've been through, all the tough moments that I've been through in my entire career in minor league, and finally was thanks God, thanks God for the opportunity, and I made it.
This has been a long time coming for you. Was there ever a point where you thought this might not happen? Did you have some doubt?
Oh yes, of course. Like I think a lot of players in minor league, we have that thought sometime where you don't think that the dream is gonna come, but at the end, I'm just a warrior. I like to be in tough moments, and I think that's what I'm born to be, on tough moments, and I just keep going.
Sounds like a fun guy. That's Stuart Burroa. Fast, can defend well. He's not in the lineup today, but I am looking forward to seeing him eventually. So again, Stuart Burroa on playing in the majors and getting the call up in the wake of Orelvis Martinez's 80-game suspension. Before we get to the lineups, let's check the Bet365 standings update. At Bet365, you can watch thousands of live games, build your own bet, and you can even make a bet while the game is still being played. 19 plus, play responsibly, Ontario only. Let's check out that AL East. So entering play today, the Yankees are 52-27. The Orioles are 49-27. The Red Sox are 41-36. Toronto will play Boston at Fenway Park for the first of three starting tomorrow. The Rays, meanwhile, they are 37-40, and the Blue Jays are 35-41. And don't forget, we do have Jays Talk today. Jesse Rubinoff is here at Baseball Control with me. He and I have the post-game show. We'll take your calls and texts, 590-590, name and locations where you can text us. You can do so right now if you like. The People's Text line is always open. All right, Tristan McKenzie just completing some warm-up tosses on the mound. So for the lineups and for first pitch of today's ball game, here's Eric Smith and Chris LaRue.
All right, thanks very much, Show, and I'll send it right on over to Chris for today's starting lineups.
I have to say, Stuart Burroa does sound like a fun guy.
Yeah, he does. Show put it perfectly.
Leading off for the Toronto Blue Jays and playing shortstop is Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. At second base, batting second, is Spencer Horwitz. Batting third and playing first base is Vladimir Guerrero Jr. DHing and batting in the cleanup spot will be Justin Turner. George Springer will bat fifth and play right field. At third base, batting sixth, is Addison Barger. Behind the plate, batting seventh, is Danny Jansen. Davis Schneider will play left field and hit eighth. And batting ninth, playing center field, is Kevin Kiermaier. On the mound is Yusei Kikuchi. And we have some time for the Guardians lineup as well. For the Guardians, leading off and playing left field is Stephen Kwan. In center field, batting second is Tyler Freeman. Jose Ramirez will DH and hit third. At first base, batting in the cleanup spot is Josh Naylor. David Fry is catching and will bat fifth. At second base, batting sixth, is Daniel Schneemann. Jonathan Rodriguez will play right field and hit seventh. At shortstop, batting eighth, is Brian Rocchio. And batting ninth is Angel Martinez. He'll play third base. On the mound with a 4.48 ERA is righty Tristan McKenzie.
All right, thanks very much, Chris. Angel Martinez playing in his second Major League Baseball game, his debut yesterday, so still in search of his first hit. He didn't get in on the home run parade yesterday where the Jays knocked out three, but they were all solo shots in a 6-3 loss with Cleveland having 4 home runs yesterday. The ball was definitely sailing. It's an overcast day in Cleveland. There is some rain in the forecast, but talking to my my inside sources in the meteorology world.
On your iPhone?
Yeah. It's actually a Google Pixel. I'm an Android guy. First pitch is just a little bit too low for a ball to Isaiah Kiner-Falefa as Tristan McKenzie starts the game at 1:41 Eastern Time. Second pitch, Kiner-Falefa sends it in the air to right field, camping underneath it, and making the grab is Jonathan Rodriguez.
And looking at Tristan McKenzie's numbers this season, they're a little bit different than what we've seen in the past from him. In 2022, his best big league season, he had a 2.96 ERA in 30 starts, walked just 44 guys in almost 200 innings. And this season, he has 42 walks and only 70 in a third innings. He is really struggling to command that fastball.
The left-handed hitting second baseman today for the Jays, Spencer Horwitz, steps up. And the first pitch from McKenzie is a ball. Missing outside. And he delivers the second one, painting the corner with a fastball on the outside edge. It's 1-1.
So what I meant by saying all that is the Blue Jays have to be patient today with Tristan McKenzie on the mound.
The 1-1 pitch way high, and that one kind of got away from him. It's now 2-1. McKenzie delivers to Horwitz, fouls that one off down the left field side. Gave it a pretty good ride, and it goes into the corner, and a fan in a Blue Jay jersey makes the grab. Like, come on, that's fantastic.
There was a sea of red, and then just a random guy in a Blue Jays jersey that caught that baseball. That's pretty impressive.
No glove either. Who needs gloves? The 2-2 came inside on a curveball, and Horwitz did a great job of not offering at that one. He held back. Cleveland looked for the confirmation down at third, and Brian Knight says no, he didn't go. The 3-2 pitch, low and inside, and Horwitz gets on. And there's the walks that you were just talking about.
Yeah, just like that. You can see that the command and the release point really hasn't been there. It's definitely not there today, but it hasn't been there all season. He threw that fastball nowhere near the strike zone. And when you're in a 3-2 count as a major league pitcher, generally speaking, if you have command of your fastball, you don't throw a fastball that low in the dirt. You're trying to throw something in the strike zone, not over the heart of the middle, but it's just rare to see a fastball like that.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr. steps up now, batting number 3 in the lineup today. Back at first base, he was the DH yesterday. 277 on the season with 31 runs batted in. He's got a runner out on the base right now. Spencer Horwitz at first. The 1-0 pitch from McKenzie. And Vladdy just sent one deep to left center and gone. Guerrero rips one and opens up the scoring early on a 2-run shot.
And that was an absolute bomb from Vlad. Just a fastball at the top of the strike zone right down the middle. He was ahead in the count. He knew that Tristan McKenzie would come with something over the heart of the plate, and man, he did not miss that. That might be one of his best swings of the season right there.
So the Blue Jays with a 2-0 lead off the bat of Vladimir Guerrero Jr., who heads to the dugout. And it's the youngster Baroa who comes over and puts the jacket on Vladdy, who's getting all high fives, rightfully so, in the Blue Jay dugout. Justin Turner had the day off yesterday. He steps up now. First pitch, a strike from McKenzie, a fastball on the outside edge, clocked at 94, and an 0-1 count. McKenzie comes in way high on pitch number 2, missing with that fastball. It's 1-1.
That's got to feel good for that dugout in there to finally get ahead after 5 losses. So much drama this morning and yesterday with Orelvis Martinez. And they finally get to put that jacket on. They're ahead in the ball game 2-0. Vlad hits a bomb. Man, that was a bomb.
McKenzie misses on a curveball now to Turner, so back-to-back balls. It's 2-1. The pitch outside, and a great job there. Patience from Turner to not chase. It's now 3-1.
Well, they know that McKenzie's been struggling with his command this season. 42 walks in just 70 innings this season. That is a high walk rate.
And he missed again. Another free pass, this time to Turner, as he will head on down to first base. This could be exactly what the doctor ordered for the Jays, as Chris was just talking about, as they try to snap out of a 5-game skid today and avoid the sweep in Cleveland.
Well, you can see the frustration on McKenzie's face, biting his glove out there. David Fry coming out to have a quick chat with him, probably just telling him to calm down, work down in the zone, get some extension with that release point. Nothing really crazy. Maybe just giving him a breather, but you're right. This might be just what the doctor ordered, especially for George Springer.
He could definitely use something. Coming into the game, batting just 191. The first pitch from McKenzie in for a slider. It's good. And an 0-1 count to Springer. With Justin Turner on first. Springer does have 5 home runs on the season. And he just chased one down in the dirt and outside. Got fooled on that curveball, and it's 0-2.
I think that was a guess swing right there. That was one of those swings where you're thinking fastball. That curveball was nowhere near the strike zone. If you're thinking curveball, if you're thinking something off speed, you don't offer at that pitch at all.
The 0-2 pitch inside, and they check again to see if Springer went, and this time down at first base, umpire Ryan Addison says nope, he held back. It's 1-2. McKenzie looks over at Turner, now stares down and delivers down in the dirt outside, and Turner takes off, and he was out by quite a bit. Maybe not a country mile, but quite a bit. He saw that go in the dirt, I guess, there, Chris, and thought that might get past David Fry behind the plate.
Yeah, I actually don't dislike the aggressiveness right there by Justin Turner. That's called a dirt ball read, and as soon as you see that ball going into the dirt, you just take off. You don't expect that ball to hit the chest of the catcher, bounce about 2 feet away, and for him to make a perfect throw like that, that's probably a 1 out of 100 type of play right there. Usually, I don't know if Justin Turner actually got his arm in there.
Well, I think what's happening right now, too, is they're actually checking the replay, because when the throw came in, and we didn't see it in real time, the tag that was initially placed down by the second baseman, Schneemann, hit the helmet of Justin Turner that had flown off his head. So the helmet was in the air. He tagged the helmet that was no longer on his body, and then Turner reached around with his right hand and touched the bag.
This might be one of those decisions from New York that's a little bit of a gray area. I'm assuming that there's a rule written up somewhere about this, but this is going to be a tough call from New York.
Did I explain it well enough?
I don't think I've ever seen this before.
I've never seen that
in my entire career. This will be a difficult call, and whether you're a Blue Jays fan or a Guardians fan, you'll probably be unhappy with whatever the call is.
If it turns out that tagging the helmet.
After review, the call on the field is overturned. The runner is safe. Toronto will retain their challenge.
Well, there you go. I'll still finish my point anyways, even though it's a moot point now. I was going to say, if it turns out that tagging the helmet doesn't count as tagging the base runner, he will be safe, because he definitely got the hand in there and then kept his toe on as momentum dragged him through the bag. So I was going to say he will be safe, and sure enough, we just got word officially he is safe. So now Turner at second, and the count on Springer is 2-2. The pitch from McKenzie, and Springer fouls that one off down the third base side, kind of a dribbler, and we'll do it again at 2-2.
Well, I think the important thing to think about with that play there is if you tag the equipment that is connected and on the body, it's an out.
Again, the 2-2 fastball, bottom corner, inside edge, and Springer is caught looking. There's 2 down.
But as soon as the equipment leaves your body, just like Justin Turner's helmet did there, it's no longer part of your body, and it doesn't count as tagging you. That's the only thing that I could think of with that call there. I would love to research that rule a little bit more, but for right now, that's the only thing that I could think of.
So Springer gets caught looking. The strikeout to George brings up Addison Barger, and a chance for him to maybe knock in Justin Turner out at second base. Barger in 10 games with the Blue Jays. Still has yet to homer, and he has power. A couple of runs batted in. The average sitting at an even 200. Second pitch, pretty nice curveball there from McKenzie. Pulls him even in the count now at 1-1. McKenzie again looks out at second at Turner. The pitch. Barger slaps at one, fouls it off down the left field side, well into the stands, about 25 rows deep, and now trailing in the count, 1-2. First inning is brought to you by Armstrong Bird Food. Bring nature to your backyard with Armstrong, feeding Blue Jays since 1986. Visit ArmstrongBirdFood.com. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Barger sits down, and the Guardians get out of the inning, but not before the 2-run shot, the blast from Vladdy. And the Blue Jays with an early lead, 2-zip. Bottom of the first comes next. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
We're two men in a truck, the movers who care. You never know when cardiac arrest can happen. That's why each and every one of our trucks carries a life-saving Mikey defibrillator as part of our Mikey on Board program. Whether we're on the highway or in front of your house, we're prepared to help anyone whose heart may skip a beat. The Mikey Network has saved many lives, making Mikeys accessible to the public. And now they're on board our trucks. We're two men in a truck.
Two men and a truck, the movers who care.
So Blue Jays fans, you want to know about salsa? Salsa is more than dancing. It's more than music. Salsa is the passion and spirit that is at the core of the beautiful cultures of Latin America. The Blue Jays are bringing salsa to the ballpark. On June 27th, be one of the first 15,000 fans in attendance and receive a Blue Jays chip and dip bowl. Celebrate salsa and create core memories with your Blue Jays. It's salsa night. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com. Right, Vladdy?
Everybody salsa.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
In time! What a play, Bo Bichette!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you, getting set to start the Guardians half of the first inning. And Cleveland trails 2-0. Yusei Kikuchi on the bump for the Jays. And it's Stephen Kwan to lead things off. The left fielder for the Guardians coming into action today, batting .390. First pitch from Kikuchi, good on a fastball at 95. The 0-1 delivery. Low and inside, it's 1-1. Kwan waiting for the pitch from Kikuchi. Gets the sign from Jansen and delivers. And Kwan rips one to right field, but back to make the grab. He kind of did one turn, got in position, and made it look easy. George Springer.
That was a good fastball from Kikuchi. In off the plate just a little bit. He jammed Kwan just enough that he got that on the handle just a little bit and was. I thought that was gone off the bat, to be honest.
He ripped it pretty good. Solid contact, but nevertheless a long out. And there's one down as Tyler Freeman steps up. Right-handed hitting Freeman, the center fielder. Hitting .214 this season. First pitch was a strike on a fastball. Second fastball outside, no good. It's now 1-1. And Freeman trying to get on for Ramirez and or Naylor. That dynamic 1-2 punch in the 3-4 spot for the Guardians. Swing and a miss on a nasty slider from Kikuchi. It's 1-2. Kikuchi gets the sign from Jansen. And the pitch. Came with a fastball and got him. I guess it might have been more of a changeup as it swept across the plate, came inside, and caught looking was Tyler Freeman.
Well, whatever it was, that was nasty. Started on the outside part of the plate and kind of cut over the inside. Tyler Freeman had no chance against that. Just watching that baseball on the inside part of the plate, that was a great pitch from Yusei Kikuchi.
And this brings up Jose Ramirez. Swing and a miss on the first pitch. The curveball got him. It's 0-1. And a ton of power from Jose Ramirez. 19 home runs, 67 runs batted in, and he smoked one yesterday. Kikuchi hopes to sit him down and go 1-2-3 to start this first inning. Just missing, a little bit low on a changeup. It's now 1-1.
Another good changeup right there. You can tell, I know it's early on, but you can tell that Yusei has the feel for all of his pitches right now, especially that changeup. He's thrown a couple very good ones.
Kikuchi delivers. A little bit low, a little bit outside on a fastball, clocked at 97. It's now 2-1. How much of a difference does it make, Chris, as a pitcher when you get spotted that early lead as well and you come into that first inning with a little more juice and with the chest puffed out a little more?
Oh, for a guy like Yusei who really hasn't gotten much run support, this is probably a weird feeling for him.
Ramirez fouls off the next pitch, another curveball, and it actually ricochets off the mask of Danny Jansen. He seems to be okay. He kind of gets up, shakes it off, and getting set to put the mask back on.
But in answer to your question, it takes a little bit of pressure off of you that you don't have to be perfect. But I think this early in a ball game, you still have to make good pitches, especially against a lineup like this.
Jansen looked almost annoyed that happened.
That's what probably
Which I probably would be too. Yeah, I don't want to get hit in the face, whether I'm wearing a mask or not. The 2-2 count to Ramirez. Kikuchi gets the sign. Pitch. Down low, Ramirez held back. Didn't chase after that slider, and it works the count to full.
And if I'm Yusei Kikuchi, I flip in a changeup right here. A 3-2 pitch. Jose Ramirez is so good at hitting the fastball. Just throw something that looks like a fastball. Throw that thing at the bottom of the strike zone.
He came in with the slider. It was fouled off by Ramirez. And he lost his bat behind the plate.
You know who else looks annoyed a lot is Jose Ramirez.
For a guy that jokes around with the fans as much and seems to interact, I agree with you.
And for a guy that has that much success, that has had that much success, he just always looks like, not frustrated. I think annoyed is the right word.
The 3-2 from Kikuchi. Fastball down the middle, and it's whipped into left field as it gets past Kiner-Falefa at short. And the Guardians get one on with 2 out.
Well, I think Yusei got away with one right there. He's lucky that Jose Ramirez didn't do more damage to that pitch. That was just a straight four-seam fastball right down the middle. Jose Ramirez hits that thing through the hole on the left side. That was a great piece of hitting right there.
And that brings up Josh Naylor now. The left-handed hitter. Playing at first base for the Guardians.
I think this will be a tough matchup for Josh Naylor. I think Yusei's stuff will overpower Josh Naylor's ability to hit homers.
Well, that ability has been shown, no doubt. 19 home runs on the season, 57 runs batted in. He would love to make it 58 and 59 right here and try and tie the game. Kikuchi just missing on a curveball. That looked like it might have caught the outside edge, but he didn't get the call. It's now 2-0.
Yeah, you can see Danny Jansen a little bit frustrated with that call, tilting his head, holding that baseball there. I think he has a point. That was a strike. Caught the corner there.
Gabe Morales, the home plate umpire in today's ballgame. Kikuchi steps off, throws over to first. Trying to keep Ramirez honest, and Ramirez just smiled.
That was the first smile I think I've seen him make all series.
I don't know if he's joking around with Vladdy over at first or what. Because he actually does have, as we talked about a couple of games ago, sneaky good speed. Kikuchi missing again outside. That one was close, but not as close as the last one. No doubt about that one being a ball. So it's now 3-0. That fastball clocked at 94.
Yeah, you're right. Jose Ramirez has 14 stolen bases this season.
Yep.
Doesn't look like a burner, but he might just be a smart base runner.
Kikuchi's got to battle back now against Naylor. And he was swinging on the 3-0 pitch. It was high in the zone, and Naylor fouled it off.
Well, if there's one guy in this lineup outside of Jose Ramirez that probably has a green light on a 3-0 count, I would imagine it's Josh Naylor. That was a big swing right there.
Another guy that's got that kind of scowl as he stares out at Kikuchi. The 3-1 pitch. Jansen wanted it low, and Kikuchi left it a little bit high in the zone. Another one fouled off by Naylor, and Kikuchi has fought back to a full count at 3-2.
I think Kikuchi got away with another one right there. That was a slider right down the middle. You can see Josh Naylor, little scowl on his face after swinging at that baseball. Probably thought that he should have made better contact on it.
Now Naylor asks for time and steps out. Kikuchi stepping off the rubber for a second. And now both gentlemen get set and get back in. This will be the 20th pitch of the game for Kikuchi. Jays leading 2-0, bottom of the first. 2 out, man on first. The 3-2 pitch. And Naylor sends one straight up the middle into center field, making the turn at second, heading to third as Ramirez sliding ahead of the tag, and he is safe at third.
Well, you can see on that play just how good of a base runner Jose Ramirez is. The play was in front of him, and he knew that he had time to get to third base, just beating the throw from Kevin Kiermaier at third base. But such a smart player. Good swing from Josh Naylor, not trying to do too much on that slider right down the middle. Tell you what, this Cleveland Guardians team is just a smart team.
Naylor was left at first, so it's runners on the corners, first and third, as David Fry comes to the plate, and he has had one heck of a season. 8 home runs, 30 runs batted in 54 games, batting .307. Couple of men on for Fry right now. The pitch from Kikuchi, and first pitch swing, Fry pops it up, but it's going to make its way out of play up and over the Blue Jay dugout about 4 or 5 rows deep. Ramirez at third. Naylor at first. Cleveland second in the American League in runners in scoring position in terms of their average as a team, batting .298. And interestingly, Kikuchi throws over to first, trying to keep Naylor honest. Ramirez with the lead at third. Pretty decent lead now, too, as Kikuchi delivers. Low and inside to Fry. Count now at 1-1, missing with that changeup. I told you earlier it was an overcast day, and I said I talked to my weather friends. Nice and sunny right now, looking pretty good in Cleveland. Knock on wood that it stays that way. Kikuchi, the 1-1 pitch. Down the middle, that one slapped into right field, and that's going to score Ramirez. Springer picks it up off a couple of bounces, throws it in, but Naylor was able to turn the corner, get to third, and now the throw into the field gets away from the Jays as it got past the cutoff man, and that allows Fry to move up to second. What happened there?
Yeah, George Springer fielded that baseball and spun around and threw it, and the throw went between first and second. Nobody was really there, and it got away from them, and Addison Barger had to track it down around third base, but that allows David Fry to get into scoring position. That's a big extra base right there for the Cleveland Guardians. Now they have runners at second and third and 2 outs, but like you said, they are very good at getting base hits with runners in scoring position.
And apparently pretty good at getting base hits and scoring runs with 2 outs as well. We talked just a couple of minutes ago about Kikuchi feeling good and looking good and having confidence with a 2-0 lead, and he gives up 3 straight base hits. And now the lead is cut to 2-1, and it could be easily tied or the Blue Jays trailing in mere moments. Depends what happens with Daniel Schneemann. The left-handed hitter comes up, playing second base today. Lefty on lefty battle right here with Kikuchi and Schneemann. And the first pitch way high inside. 1-0.
Well, if I'm Yusei Kikuchi, I know that there's an open base at first base. I'm probably not going to throw Schneemann anything over the heart of the plate, especially with Jonathan Rodriguez coming up next. He's hitting .115 with no homers. It's a big couple of runs out there. I want to be careful here.
Schneemann does have 2 homers and had 1 yesterday in the 4 home run barrage that came from Cleveland. He swings at the curveball that came from Kikuchi, and it's 1-1. Naylor at third, Fry at second. The 1-1 pitch, that's a strike. Schneemann kind of looked a little bit disgusted by that one, thought it was perhaps a little bit low, but it certainly looked like it caught the edge of the zone from what we're seeing. And now Kikuchi's got a chance to sit him down.
And you have to expand the zone here. Something elevated out of the strike zone, bury something. Danny Jansen has to be a wall back there.
Speaking of which, on the money, that pitch was down in the dirt. but Schneemann offered at it. The Blue Jays pick it up as Jansen throws it to first to record the out, and that will do it. Call it a strikeout for Kikuchi, and the Blue Jays still indeed do lead. It's 2-1 at the end of one. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Yamanika Saunders, and you can listen to my new show, Off Topic with Yamanika, on Kevin Hart's LOL Radio, Channel 96. It was important for me to have a platform to express myself. I am a black woman in America, and I come from a very personal and very specific POV and opinion. I want to have a place where people like me can give you another perspective, and then you figure out what you want. Check me out every day, 3 p.m. on the East Coast and noon on the West Coast. Off Topic with Yamanika on Kevin Hart's LOL Radio, Channel 96.
Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win your fantasy leagues. Right now on Channel 87.
Aaron Judge drills a 3-run home run.
From in-season fantasy baseball management to our all-time fantasy baseball draft to helping you prepare for your fantasy football.
Hey Insiders, thanks for joining us for the Blue Jays game tonight. The real diehard fans are the ones that are here with how this team is struggling right now. But hey, we're going to cheer them on. Toronto is what we do, right? So with that being said, everybody hit that like button down below. As well, if you're new here, please hit that subscribe button and join this awesome community of Toronto sports fans. Let's go Blue Jays. Come on, boys. Let's get it done. Vladdy, time to get the bat going. Springer, where are you? Millions of dollars. Schneider, the seat is hot. My friend, the seat is very hot. Go Jays, go. See you in the chat.
More than just a game.
The Blue Jays are in flight, leading 3-0.
Blue Jays fans, this is Ross Atkins, and you're listening to Blue Jays Baseball on Sirius XM.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you from the Timbermart broadcast booth as we get set to start the second inning. Blue Jays leading the Guardians 2-1. And it'll be Danny Jansen to start things off for the Blue Jays. Toronto with this 2-1 lead thanks to the bat of Vladimir Guerrero Jr., who had a 2-run blast in the first inning. See if the Jays can get it going again. First pitch from McKenzie is a ball missed with the slider. And Jansen ahead in the count. Hitting .236 this season, Danny Jansen. The 1-0 from McKenzie is good on a slider. It's now 1-1. And the next pitch that came in, Jansen thought it was high, and he steps out of the box briefly, a little disgusted with that one as the curveball comes in. Called a strike. It looked like it was well above that zone. The 1-2 pitch, Jansen fouls it off to stay alive. That's got to be especially frustrating for a catcher when you're not getting the calls on your end, or at least you think you aren't, and then you get up to the plate and you're like, what, you giving that guy the call? You better be giving that to me when I'm crouched down in about 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
Well, I think the most important thing is you have to have a relationship as a catcher with the umpire.
The 2-1, Jansen jumps on it but sends it foul down the third base line. And we'll do it again at 1-2.
So you can't be too obvious with your disgust of a call because you have to come back there in the bottom half of the inning and have a civil conversation with whoever's back there.
It's like being married. The 1-2. They check at first. And Ryan Addison says no. Jansen held back. It's all good. It's now 2-2. Nasty looking curveball there from McKenzie. Tristan McKenzie trying to settle in after a bit of a shaky first. The 2-2 pitch. Fastball. Jansen rips it. And is it going to get there? No. On the track and making the grab to record the out was Stephen Kwan.
Well, Danny Jansen drilled that baseball. That might be his best swing in a little while. Stephen Kwan, so good out there in left field, tracking it down, gets a beat on it. Makes a nice over-the-shoulder catch there, ranging to his left.
He kind of had a little Jordan hop in there. You know, the logo, the legs were spread, the arm was stretched out high. I mean, I don't know that he had to jump, but he put a little extra juice on it, a little flair.
That was on purpose.
You know, you got a mug for the cameras a little bit, I suppose. Davis Schneider now comes up. First pitch from McKenzie. Misses with a fastball outside, a little bit low. clocked at 94. Schneider now ahead in the count. And that one got away from McKenzie, a slider that hit about 5 feet in front of the plate, maybe even 7 feet. 1-1, check that 2-0 count after that first pitch being a ball as well. 2-0 now to Davis Schneider. The pitch from McKenzie. And that one way high. And now Schneider might have a chance to get on base here. Schneider down in that 8 spot today. And the 3-0 is low, and Davis Schneider does indeed get the walk.
I would love for Davis Schneider to somehow get to second base with 1 out, get in scoring position.
Well, we'll see if Kevin Kiermaier can knock him around, if maybe Schneider can't get to second on his own. Kiermaier, the center fielder. Bats left, of course, comes up with an average sitting at 188. He'd love to get going. The pitch from McKenzie. And that one briefly got away from Fry, but again, it kind of took a nice bounce for him right in front of him, and that keeps Schneider at first.
Yeah, he's had a couple of those easy bounces today. David Fry getting lucky right there. Just whiffs on that fastball from Tristan McKenzie, and it bounces away about 2 feet. Usually that ball would go to the backstop. David Fry getting lucky.
The 1-0 pitch. A little bit low as well, and Kiermaier just kind of took a half swing at that thing and whiffed at it. It's 1-1. Fastball clocked at 91.
I don't know what happened there, but that was a strange swing on a fastball.
Yeah, it's like he didn't know that he wanted to swing until the very last second. And decides to not swing at this one. Another one straight down Main Street. A fastball at 91. 1 out, 1 on, and a 1-2 count. Top of the second inning. Jays leading 2-1. McKenzie looks over at Schneider at first. The pitch. And it was high on another fastball. It's now 2-2. And they do seem concerned about Schneider at first.
Well, David Schneider bluffed. He took a couple of hard steps and then stopped. And you could see David Fry popping up like David Schneider was going, but didn't have to throw the baseball.
The 2-2 delivery. Swing and a miss. Got him with a curveball. Kiermaier sits down, and there are 2 down.
And that curveball was nasty. That's Tristan McKenzie's go-to pitch when he's ahead in the count right there. That thing is a 12-6 curveball, and Kevin Kiermaier just swings right over the top of it.
That brings up the top of the order. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. He flew out to right field in his first at-bat to start the ball game. But remember, yesterday he had 2 solo shots. Certainly looked good in that leadoff role, batting .279 on the season, 6 home runs, 31 runs batted in. And the first pitch, a fastball, good from McKenzie, 0-1. And now McKenzie whips one over to first, trying to keep Davis Schneider honest. As you said, when Schneider got on, you'd love to see him get to second. Well, especially you want to do it now with 2 down. Try and move him up a little bit if you can. Do you think Schneider takes off or not?
I don't think so.
No? The 0-1 pitch. Coming in a second as McKenzie's taking his time, really thinking about Schneider. And he got IKF to chase after that one, a curveball outside, but Isaiah Kiner-Falefa went after it. And now down in the count, 0-2.
I would love if Davis Schneider was able to get to second base somehow, get into scoring position. I just don't think that he's going to be stealing right here.
The 0-2 pitch. And IKF chased that one as well, but no. They say he held back. Ryan Addington down at first says he did indeed hold back.
I would love to see the side view of that one, the slow motion replay. Here it is right here.
No?
50-50.
Well, as I often say, take it and run then if you're a Blue Jay fan. I know IKF will. Still alive with a 1-2 count. And he just got frozen on a beautiful pitch. A curveball from McKenzie lands right down the heart of the plate. And that's a strikeout, back-to-back strikeouts to end the inning. But the Jays still lead 2-1 as we go to the bottom of the second. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bring it
in, Canada. When it comes to small business, Desjardins is a big fan. And not just the hop on the bandwagon fan. We're the in it for the long haul fan. The fan that's been there from the start. That's why Desjardins awarded 150 entrepreneurs with Good Spark grants worth $20,000 each. Because like any fan, there's nothing we love more than celebrating a goal!
See how Desjardins is cheering on small business at goodsparkgrants.ca.
We're 2meninatruck.ca. We've got lots of men and lots of trucks, so get ready to be moved.
Think 2meninatruck, 2meninatruck.ca. So when you gotta move, all moving day, Think 2meninatruck, Cause all of us movers are not the same. So that's our company name, 2meninatruck.ca. We're lots of men with lots of trucks, so give us a call today.
Not tomorrow, not someday. The home improvements begin today. It's game on with Timber Mart. Build that deck, raise that fence, landscape till your property is beautiful. Don't pay for 12 months on the Timber Mart Deferred Payment Program. Your locally owned, completely Canadian hub of building and renovation expertise. Get your Timber Mart credit card at participating locations and pay later. 12 months later. Conditions apply. Ask in store for details or apply at timbermart.ca.
I give you the world, but there's other planets too.
Hola, soy Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Está escuchando a Toronto Blue Jays Baseball en la radio de Sportsnet.
Chris LaRue and Eric Smith with you as we get set to start the bottom of the second inning. Blue Jays leading the Guardians 2-1. And the first pitch to Jonathan Rodriguez. No good. It's a ball high in the zone on that curveball from Kikuchi. As Chris told you last inning, Jonathan Rodriguez, in 11 games this season, batting just .115 with no home runs as he leads things off here in the second inning for Cleveland. But he's ahead in the count 2-0 right now as Kikuchi misses on a fastball. Pitch number 30 coming right here for Kikuchi. And that one is good. Another fastball that came sweeping across the plate at 95. It's 2-1.
Well, we saw Jose Barrios yesterday get into some trouble early on in innings, falling behind 3-0, 2-0.
Swing and a miss on a curveball. It's now 2-2.
That's the last thing you want to do is just fall behind the first batter of an inning. You want to get ahead. You want to pound the bottom of the strike zone. Luckily, Yusei Kikuchi has gotten back in this count, but Jose Barrios wasn't able to yesterday.
The 2-2 delivery, this one fouled off down the right field side, well into the stands. So we'll do it again at 2-2. On deck for the Guardians, Brian Rocchio. He hasn't hit the ball well this season, but he has been fantastic at short, and we've seen a number of beautiful plays from him at short in this series over the first two games. Kikuchi comes back with another fastball and sits down Rodriguez. Big strikeout there to start this inning.
And I know that Jonathan Rodriguez is struggling so far in his big league career, but up until this point in AAA in 2024, he was hitting .307 with 12 homers and 46 RBIs, so he's got a little bit of juice.
Well, hopefully he doesn't get going against Toronto. First pitch to Rocchio. That one looked a little bit low, but Kikuchi got the call on the slider. It probably caught the bottom part of the edge anyway. We'll give it to Yusei. An 0-1 count to Rocchio, batting .211. The pitch. That one definitely low. Rocchio doesn't offer at it. Missing on that curveball. It's 1-1. After the ball game, the Jays head to Boston for a series against the Red Sox. Kikuchi delivers on the 1-1, and Rocchio sends it up the middle and into center field, and Kiermaier's got to come over and quickly get it in. Rocchio took a big turn at first and then scrambles back and dives back into the bag.
Yeah, Rocchio was about halfway to second base, had to put the brakes on. As IKF fakes that throw to first base, he dives back into first. But Rocchio with a nice single up the middle there. I don't know what Rocchio was thinking, having that much of an aggressive turn at first base.
Certainly didn't look like he had any chance of getting to second off the bat. I mean, Kiermaier was shaded a little bit more towards right, so he did have to make quite a run over towards the left field side, but not enough to think you're going to turn that into a double.
No, he came up with that ball cleanly and made a great throw to second base. Rocchio would have been out by about 25 feet.
Angel Martinez, first pitch came on a strike, and then he rips the second pitch for a single to right field, and that is his first career hit in his second career game. He made his debut yesterday for the Guardians. The son of former Blue Jay Sandy Martinez, and Angel Martinez. That's got to feel great for the youngster. And the crowd responding right now as he finally gets his first hit.
You can see all the Guardians players with their hands up in the air trying to get that baseball. That's his first career hit. He'll keep that baseball on a shelf somewhere for the rest of his life.
So now the Guardians trying to put something together again for a second straight inning. They scored once in the first and left two stranded at second and third, as the Jays luckily got out of that inning, giving up only that one run. But now it's one out with two on, and we're at the top of the order with Stephen Kwan. Kikuchi looking at second at Rocchio. Looked like Jansen wanted it inside, but nevertheless, Kikuchi came with a fastball and got the strike. Second inning brought to you, by Bet365. At Bet365, you can watch thousands of live games, build your own bet, and even make a bet while the game's still being played. 19 plus. Play responsibly. Ontario only. The 0-2 pitch. And Kwan sends it to left field, but camping underneath it, getting there with ease, is Davis Schneider. So the runners stay at first and second, and there's now two down.
And that pitch was way too good. It was a curveball that was supposed to be down out of the strike zone. You're ahead in the count 0-2, especially to a guy like Stephen Kwan. You do not want to throw something in the strike zone. And he just flipped that breaking ball in there. Yusei Kikuchi got lucky there. Stephen Kwan almost got that baseball over Davis Schneider in left field.
So this brings up Tyler Freeman, the right-handed hitting center fielder for the Guardians. He struck out looking in the first inning in his first at-bat. And obviously the Jays would love to get him and get out of this inning. They don't want any part of seeing Ramirez or Naylor again, or David Fry for that matter. First pitch swinging. It's sent to right field. Diving and making the grab is George Springer. Fully sprawled out like Superman, and he makes the play to close the inning. 2-1, Toronto leads. We head to the third inning. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle.
Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between Pizza and inflation. First to the plate, Pizza's big hitter, fixed rate pizza. An extra large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. I dare say, folks, inflation stands no chance against this all-star. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for fixed rate pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
He's at the track, at the wall. He leads, and he made the catch.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back Third inning is brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Ottawa on Catherine Street and Queensdale Avenue. Protect your vehicle from rust today. Find your local family-owned Crown at crown.com. Canada's #1 rust protection. First pitch from McKenzie to Horwitz is a strike. Good with a fastball on that outside edge. It's 0-1. Spencer Horwitz still in search of his first home run in the big leagues. Takes a big cut at the next pitch on a curveball and a quick 0-2 count. McKenzie gets the sign, nods his head, delivers. And that one slapped off foul as Horwitz stays alive. Hitting .342 on the season. McKenzie, high leg kick and the delivery. That one high in the zone. Horwitz held off.
Horwitz has been so impressive this year with his patience. I know that pitch right there wasn't near the strike zone, but...
And now Horwitz does a good job of fouling off the next pitch on that curveball.
He's been so good at fouling off tough pitches, taking tough pitches, and then he waits for that pitcher to make a mistake, and he just hits it the other way. He doesn't really strike me as a rookie. He strikes me as a guy that's been around for a few years.
The 1-2 pitch. And he rips one to right field. I mean, an absolute bomb off the pole. It's a solo shot for Spencer Horwitz, his first in the majors.
Well, that's got to feel good. Get that pressure off his shoulders right there. He knew that was gone off the bat. I think he was just waiting to see whether it would be fair or foul. He took a few steps before starting his run to first base. Wow, that's a good swing. Like I said, he strikes me as a guy that's been around for a few years, not a rookie. Putting on that home run jacket.
Man, the last couple of days, the ball has been flying in Cleveland. Now 5 home runs in 2 days for the Blue Jays. Unfortunately, they lost yesterday, but they've got a 3-1 lead right now. Vladdy, who had a 2-run shot in his first at-bat, would love to go back-to-back right now with Spencer Horwitz. Guerrero fouls off that first pitch, second one down in the dirt as that slider got away from McKenzie. It's now 1-1. Blue Jays leading now 3-1. McKenzie, the pitch. And it's sent down to third. Dribbling it there was Guerrero. And then making the grab was Angel Martinez. He slipped briefly, but then was able to kind of gather his footing and still make the throw and get the out.
Yeah, that was actually a good play by Angel Martinez to make a good throw, slipping right on the lip of that grass out there. And throws a perfect strike to Josh Naylor at first base to get Vlad.
I should make a correction thanks to Show Ali. We're gonna have to wipe that that clip out, or somebody can edit it and say, maybe we'll get Show to do it, where you can just throw in his voice saying, "This year," because
that was his second homer.
It was his second. My mistake. Mea culpa. I apologize. He did hit one last year, I believe, against Colorado. So when I said first home run of the season. Tom will re-edit that, okay? We'll go back in post. We'll clean that up, yep. When the ball game ends, we'll pretend like it never happened.
That's all right.
Either way, it's a 3-1 lead for the Jays. And now Justin Turner at the plate. Ahead in the count 2-1. The 2-1 pitch is high, now 3-1 as the Jays are trying to get somebody on base again.
We won't use that clip anyways. We'll just use the Vlad home run in the first inning.
True. It's like it never happened. I'm sure somebody on Twitter probably is all over me already, but we'll check later. The 3-1 pitch missing, a little bit low in the zone. McKenzie wanted that call, didn't get it. And Justin Turner gets the free pass.
Speaking of Horwitz, he's now hitting .359
this season.
Well, yeah.
I'm joking. So Justin Turner on first. George Springer comes up to the plate. Closed off the second inning with a beautiful catch out in right field. And he just ripped a single past Martinez at third. It gets in towards the corner in left field. And Springer stands at second. Turner turned on the Jets to get all the way to third. And the Blue Jays now with 2 runners in scoring position with just 1 down.
Well, just like that, George Springer is making a huge impact in this ball game. Saves 2 runs in the bottom half of the inning, and then gets a double there to put runners on second and third, and just 1 out.
Addison Barger comes up now. The left-handed hitting. Barger sees a first pitch ball come in from McKenzie. That fastball no good. With Springer sitting at second and Turner at third. McKenzie came inside, that one low. And now Barger had 2-0. .62 pitches thrown for McKenzie. Swing and a miss from Barger on a curveball. It's now 2-1.
You know what I love most about Spencer Horwitz? He was a 24th rounder. He has no business having the success he's having right now. At least according to the draft.
Right. He's beating the odds.
Yeah.
He's feeling good in the dugout right now after that solo shot. His first of the season.
Second of his career.
Correct. We were all over that, right?
Well, it's not my job to correct you.
Inside fastball. No, it's my wife's job. It's now 2-2. That fastball clocked at 94. McKenzie trying to fight back after trailing 2-0. He wants to sit down Barger with runners in scoring position at second and third. The 2-2 pitch. And Barger fouls it right into the Blue Jay dugout. And now Vladdy's pointing towards the field saying, no, dude, that way. Put the ball out that way.
Well, this is a big pitch right here. Runners on second and third, only 1 out. The most important thing here is just put the ball in play. You don't want to strike out in this situation.
McKenzie looks at Springer at second, stares at Turner at third, then stares down the plate. The pitch fouled off again from Barger. He's doing a nice job battling right now.
Yeah, good job muscling that tough fastball at the top of that strike zone from McKenzie. Now shorten up that swing, just make contact. Try to get something into the outfield. Hit something hard somewhere.
Crowd's starting to buzz a little bit, trying to rally behind McKenzie. The 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss. He went after the slider, and that's a big strikeout for McKenzie.
Yeah, that's a huge strikeout, not only for McKenzie, but for Addison Barger. He knows what his job was there. You could see the frustration on his face after swinging and missing. It's still the thing that I see with Addison Barger is he's not cutting down on his swing with 2 strikes, especially in a situation like that. You have to cut down. You have to try to make contact, and I don't think he did right there.
So Danny Jansen comes up now, still again with 2 on, now 2 out, and he fouls one off down the right field side into the net. 0-1. Jansen gave one a ride in his first at-bat last inning as he hammered one to left field, and that was the one that Kwan made a beautiful grab on as he just got onto the track. So we'll see if Jansen can get a hold of one again and maybe put it in fair play or put it over the wall. Jays leading 3-1, 2 out, 2 on, top third. Jansen did get a hold of one, but sent it way foul, this time down the left field side, and now down in the count, 0-2.
Yeah, he's making some pretty good contact against McKenzie. Needs to get that ball right there fair.
Springer's out at second. He had the double, his 9th of the season. Turner's at third. The 0-2 pitch to Danny Jansen. High, way high on a fastball. It's 1-2. .70 pitches thrown now for McKenzie. This is 71, and Jansen fouls it down the third base side, picked up by Angel Martinez. He'll toss it to the ball boy and give it to a fan. And we'll do it again at 1-2 to Danny Jansen.
He's thrown a ton of pitches. 70. This is about to be his 72nd pitch, and he's only gotten through 2 2/3 innings.
Again, the crowd's starting to buzz. They want to get out of this inning. And just missing outside on a slider. McKenzie wanted that call, didn't get it. Jansen held off, and it's now 2-2. And again missing. Now 3-2. Big pitch here from McKenzie. Can he get out of the inning? Swing and a miss from Jansen. He does indeed. The Jays go down and leave 2 on. But they did get one more this inning thanks to the solo shot from Spencer Horwitz. And now Toronto leads 3-1 as we go to the bottom part of the third. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The NASCAR Cup Series is on SiriusXM. We're back on the track Sunday,
2:30 p.m. Eastern.
It's the Ally 400 from Nashville Superspeedway.
Checker flag, baby. Yeah.
SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90 in the car and on the all-new SiriusXM app. Get closer to everything that moves you wherever you are with the SiriusXM app.
Let's make some smoke and drink some beer. Yes.
Hey everyone, it's Brian Geltzeiler from SiriusXM NBA Radio. The NBA draft begins on June 26th, and we're your home for all the action. Hear non-stop coverage on all our shows.
Mark it down. That guy is going to be a star in this league.
Exclusive interviews.
We are now joined by Bronny James.
I just found happiness in what I'm doing right now, and I feel like that's where I want myself to be at.
And every pick on the big night.
With the first pick.
Your home for the 2024 draft is NBA Radio, Channel 86, and the all-new SiriusXM app. Just search NBA Radio.
The Titans of Europe are gathered once again for the Euros.
Cristiano Ronaldo for Portugal.
Soccer's best, assembled to represent their nation.
Oh, my word, from Kylian Mbappe. And it's another magnificent goal for France.
Trying to reach the pinnacle of European soccer.
Italy are champions of Europe.
Hear the top matches and expert analysis from Euro 2024 all month long on Fox Sports 83 and Sirius XM FC 157. Or listen anytime on the all-new Sirius XM app.
In season or out of season, the #1 place for college sports is Sirius XM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Welcome back. Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you from the Timbermart broadcast booth. Home plate is home plan. Score the run with timbermart.ca. Find a major league selection of winning plays for your house, garage, and backyard sheds. Visit timbermart.ca to win the game with Canada's building center. Jose Ramirez to lead things off for the Guardians. First pitch from Kikuchi in for a strike on a fastball, 0-1. We do have a replacement, a defensive replacement in the game, as David Fry, with no word why, he's out. And Bo Naylor is in, so Naylor catching now, and he will be batting third in this inning behind his brother Josh Naylor. So it's Ramirez right now, then Josh Naylor, and then Bo Naylor.
I won't bring up the topic of playing with your brother again.
Please don't. The slider no good from Kikuchi, 1-1, comes back with a fastball, and it's sent into right center, picked up by Kiermaier. Another big turn at first, this one from Ramirez, and the Jays chase him back to first base, and Cleveland starts the inning with a single and putting the leadoff man on.
You could tell the Guardians are always aggressive coming around first base. Jose Ramirez takes a big turn, has to put the brakes on, and scampers back to first base. But that was a good swing right there on a good fastball from Yusei Kikuchi.
So Josh Naylor steps in now, the first baseman, batting left, with Ramirez on first, taking a big cut at that first pitch, and fouls it off deep behind the backstop. 0-1 count.
Well, I can tell you one thing. Josh Naylor does not get cheated when he swings the bat.
19 home runs on the season, and he had a single in his first at-bat. Kikuchi looks over at first, delivers to Naylor, and he sends a laser off the wall in right field. Well played by Springer. He picks it up and whips it in. Sliding into second. The Jays looked like they would have had a play at second, but they didn't throw it to the bag. I'm not sure why, but Spencer Horwitz just turned as the cutoff man, held the ball, and watched as Naylor slid into second base.
Yeah, I think if Spencer Horwitz lets that ball go, I think they would have had a play at Josh Naylor at second base, but for some reason he cuts it, and Josh Naylor slides safely into second base. Now the Guardians have runners on second and third, and still nobody out.
So 2 in scoring position right now for a team that's number 2 in the American League in terms of team average, with runners in scoring position just below 300, the team average. It's the first plate appearance of the game for Bo Naylor. We mentioned he just came into the ball game, a replacement for David Fry. We didn't really get any word as to why Fry was taken out of the ball game. If we get word, we'll pass it along. The 0-1 pitch, missing outside on a slider. It's now 1-1. Kikuchi stares in at Jansen. The 1-1 pitch. Jansen wanted it high. Kikuchi came back a little bit low, but still in the zone, and got the strike on a fastball clocked at 97.
He might have missed his spot, but that was nasty right there. 97 on the outside corner. Unhittable for a left-handed hitter, especially against a left-handed pitcher.
Kikuchi, the 1-2 pitch. That one low and outside. Nice grab there on a slider from Jansen to keep it clean. And now 2-2. Jansen had to slide well to his left to grab that ball and obviously hold on the runners at second and third. It's Ramirez at third and Josh Naylor out at second. Bo Naylor at the plate with a 2-2 count. The pitch. Just missing inside.
That's one of those pitches where I think if Danny Jansen was set up on the inside part of the plate, they might have got that call, but he was set up kind of on the outside third, almost elevated, but that wasn't a bad pitch. 98 miles an hour on the inside part.
The 3-2 pitch. They wanted it high. Kikuchi went high, but Naylor didn't chase. It was out of the strike zone, and it's a walk, and the bases are loaded with none out.
Now if you're Yusei Kikuchi, you really have to bear down. You have a left-handed hitter at the plate. You have the advantage still. You can get a ground ball, maybe get a double play here, but you still never want to have bases loaded, nobody out, especially against an offense like this.
Kikuchi and Jansen have a little chat. Now Jansen heading back toward the plate, getting set to crouch down and hopefully see his pitcher deliver to Daniel Schneemann, the left-handed hitting second baseman, 289 on the season, couple of home runs, 7 RBIs. In fact, both of his home runs have come against the Blue Jays. One of them was yesterday. With the bases loaded, the first pitch from Kikuchi is down low on a slider. It's now 1-0.
And both middle infielders are back, so the Blue Jays will take a double play for a run here.
Kikuchi, this will be his 55th pitch coming up in a moment. Again, bottom of the third, Blue Jays leading 3-1, but it's in jeopardy right now with the bases juiced and none down. Cleveland as a team with 2 grand slams this season, batting .262 as a team with the bases loaded. Second pitch fouled off by Schneemann. It's 1-1.
Well, Kikuchi got away with one right there.
You said that a few times today.
A spinning slider. You could see Schneemann was right on that pitch. Just fouled it back, but that's a pitch that you don't want to throw again, especially to him.
The 1-1 pitch. Another fastball at 98 fouled off by Schneemann. It's now 1-2. We're about an hour into this ballgame, a little more than an hour, sitting in the bottom of the third with the Blue Jays leading by 2. That pitch caught a little bit of dirt. That slider, Schneemann stayed away from it, didn't chase, and pulls even in the count now at 2-2. Great job there by Danny Jansen to block that ball. And he wants to come out and have a chat with Kikuchi again.
Well, you definitely don't want to go to 3-2 here.
Pete Walker coming out to have a conversation as well.
You want to make a good pitch here, 2-2. Get Schneemann out, either a strikeout or a ground ball to the middle of the diamond, but you most certainly do not want to go to 3-2 here for Yusei Kikuchi. That's probably what Pete Walker's telling him.
The entire infield came in to have the conversation as well. Gabe Morales, the home plate umpire, walks out to the mound to break things up. And the Blue Jays scatter and get set to resume action. It's a 2-2 count to Schneemann. None out with the bases loaded. Blue Jays are leading 3-1, trying to get out of a jam here in the third. Kikuchi on the rubber and set to go. Stares at Jansen. The 2-2 pitch. And it was low. And they check down at third, and Brian Knight says, nope, Schneemann didn't go. And it's a full count with the bases loaded. Huge pitch right here for Kikuchi. And Walker, Pete Walker in the Blue Jay dugout on the phone. Down to the bullpen. Schneemann slaps one past Isaiah Kiner-Falefa at short. It's into left center. It's picked up by Kiermaier. And the Guardians have come back to tie this game.
And Isaiah Kiner-Falefa just stepped on Josh Naylor's hand. Josh Naylor was diving back into third base.
And let me just quickly correct myself, Chris, as you mentioned that. Because he dove back, they have not tied the game. He took a big turn and it looked like he was running home, and he quickly scrambled back and had to dive. So it is still 3-2 Jays, but then to your point, he got stepped on.
Yeah, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa jumped for that throw from Kevin Kiermaier in left field, and he comes down right on Josh Naylor's right hand. The trainer's out taking a look at him, but that's not a good thing for this Guardians team.
Might have actually got him twice by accident. As he stepped back, he kind of stepped on his forearm elbow area, and then in trying to dance out of the way, feeling that arm, he ended up stepping back onto the hand as well. Weird sequence of action there.
2 for 1.
We got some rain coming down in Cleveland right now as well. I didn't think I was supposed to do that. I'm going to have to fire my friends or delete my app.
You just need to get an Apple phone instead of a Samsung.
Let's not go down that path. I'm going to anger a whole lot of people with my rant on that one. 3-2, Blue Jays leading. And the grounds crew does appear ready to roll out the tarp if necessary. They've got about 40 guys camped behind that big tarp. And the last thing anybody wants is a rain delay.
Well, it's never a good thing when the grounds crew is just hovering around the tarp like that.
Blue Jays leading 3-2. Bases still loaded, and there's still none out. Kikuchi with the pitch to Rodriguez. The 1-1 is fouled off, and now 1-2. Jonathan Rodriguez hoping to do some damage right here. You can hear the rain from our field side microphones splattering away as a lot of fans are sort of running for the concourse area in Cleveland.
Yeah, it's not coming down that hard.
You don't think so?
I've definitely seen worse this season. The Blue Jays played through a couple of games that were a lot worse than this.
I do recall that. And hey, we got pretty lucky last night down at Budweiser Stage in Toronto, for those that aren't in the area. At the Arkells concert last night. Arkells were fantastic, and nobody was rolling out the tarp last night, but they are right now, as the crew is out and they are covering up the field, and we are going to be in a delay. For how long? I don't know. But it's the bottom of the third with none out, bases loaded, and the Blue Jays leading 3-2. So we shall see how long this delay is, but we will be back when play resumes. In the meantime, we send it over to Show Ali in Baseball Control.
Thank you very much, Eric and Chris. Welcome back inside Baseball Control. Grounds crew just pulling the tarp over home plate at Progressive Field. Jesse Rubinoff here with me at Baseball Control. Jesse,
that happened fast.
Your first rain delay with me. Here we go.
I was just walking around in the hallway, and I was watching the game on my phone, just getting steps in. And all of a sudden, they started talking about the grounds crew being ready to go.
It happened fast.
And I had to run back into the studio. So, yeah, it happened quickly, but quite a big spot to have a rain delay, too, for Yusei Kikuchi. So you wonder how long, if this is going to go on for quite some time, is Yusei going to be able to continue, given the amount of pitches he's thrown already?
So I feel like the minimum time they could be on a rain delay, I don't know if there's an actual rule about this. You think I would know. I've done enough rain delays. But I feel at the same time, like if they're putting the tarp on the field, once they take the tarp off the field, they essentially have to get the field ready again, right? So, and it usually doesn't take that long. Like they throw some turfists on there, they spread it around, they readjust the bags and then they play essentially, right? But the players have to get warmed back up. I'm guessing, we're watching the satellite feed of Progressive Field, and even though it's raining, it's actually like kind of sunny at Progressive Field. Like, it's not like the usual thunderous, dark, ominous storm cloud. So I'm guessing probably, I'm completely spitballing, maybe an hour thereabouts, because certainly if the rain stops and they got to take the tarp off the field, so maybe it's 2:54 p.m. Eastern right now. Maybe by about 4 o'clock Eastern, we'll get an update. So that's where we are. So we're in rain delay right now. What do you want to do? You want to play Immaculate Grid?
We got some time.
We can do whatever we want. No, we'll play some audio for everyone. If you want to text us as well, 590-590, name and location. We'll also hear a little bit more in the pregame, the network pregame. We played a little bit of Stuart Baroa. He had a longer availability as well, so we'll play that whole thing for you. But certainly 590-590, name and locations where you can text us if you want to weigh in on what you've seen today. And so far, Jesse, through the first couple innings of today's game, they're trailing right now. 3-2 is the score for the Jays, but a couple of home runs for the Blue Jays, including a 2-run bomb from Vladimir Guerrero Jr., 436 feet, just a guided missile into the seats, and then a bomb from Spencer Horwitz off the foul pole in right field, just the second of his major league career. I got to say, Horwitz is not a guy who I think you're going to get a lot of power from all the time, but all he does is get on base, and I've quite enjoyed watching him play this year.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, I don't know how much we can truly analyze following 2.5 games of this game, or 2.5 innings of this game, but Horwitz, I mean, the book on Horwitz is that the dude can hit, and he's essentially playing a position in the outfield in second base a lot of the time that he picked up in the last, 18 months or so, and you need him to hit because that's why he's at the major league level. And that was an absolute bomb as well. Like the Blue Jays, I've been talking the last week or so about the lack of power, and the statistics are what they are. They're still second worst among teams in the major leagues in terms of hitting home runs.
Right.
But you can give them credit when there are positive developments, and this is certainly a positive development. There is nothing more important for this team. And while it's not all Vladimir Guerrero Jr.'s fault, clearly, and from an average perspective, like we said yesterday, he's having a decent year. But there's nothing more important for the Blue Jays than Vladdy starting to hit with some power.
For sure, yeah.
And that was a gorgeous swing. Like, that might have been the nicest swing we've seen from him all year long. It was an absolute no-doubter. And that's exactly what you want to see from Vladdy. And it's amazing the shift in the vibes in the dugout. Like all it takes, I mean, obviously you need wins to totally shift the conversation and the personality in the dugout. But you could at least see with the Springer catch, with the Vladdy home run, with the Spencer Horwitz home run, there was a little bit of a shift going early in this game in the dugout. There was some smiles and some joy coming back. And yeah, there's a long road to go. There's a big mountain to climb here for this team, but it is a nice reprieve when they're starting to put some crooked numbers up on the board. It's something to at least get a little bit excited about.
I gotta say, I don't say this as a negative at all, a pejorative whatsoever, but watching Vladdy wear the home run jacket, there is no one in Major League Baseball who enjoys a home run celebration more than Vladdy.
Yeah.
And you know what? Not even when he wears it too. Like when someone else wears the home run jacket, he is so exuberant. Like he loves it. He absolutely loves it. So I'm not surprised he campaigned so hard to bring it back, because like you see all the things other teams do. Like the Mariners have like the Trident, I think. I think the Red Sox used to have guys in shopping carts, and now they wear medals. And you know the Angels with Shohei had like the samurai helmet. Like they had like there are all sorts of very creative home run celebrations. And the jacket's like, all things considered, is like a pretty easy one. You just put on a jacket and you walk down the dugout, right? But Vladdy loves it. I personally love that he loves it. I hope the power does continue to come back, or I hope it stays, I should say, because that was his 9th home run of the season. Like you said, 2 in 3 games. That's
now, big,
right? And that's something that, because you know he's far from, for me, the Blue Jays' main problem, because he's hitting decently well. He's seeing the ball a little bit better. It does frustrate you when he strikes out and swings the junk, but I mean, you know, even the best players in the world are going to do that. But if he can continue getting on base by hook or by crook, you'll feel pretty good about it if you can also occasionally get some home runs for him. And, you know, if you're at the All-Star break, which is in, I guess, about a month, a little less than a month at this point, and he's at 20 home runs, let's call it. I think that's a tall order to ask for. It's 11 home runs in the next month, effectively, right? Yeah. It's a lot to ask for. I totally get it. But at the same time, if you can get anywhere close to that, you hope that's enough to jumpstart the offense a teensy bit, because they're not getting power from a lot of other places these days.
No, it's interesting. We were having a conversation off the air about how much he enjoys hitting home runs. And it feels like, you know, when he hits a home run, things can shift pretty quickly because of the way that he operates, just his personality. It feels like he can get hot quickly because there's so much joy there. Like it doesn't take much to like bring him out of the doldrums.
Yeah.
Like I know oftentimes it can rub fans the wrong way if he's, you know, celebrating home runs when they're down 8-0 and he hits a solo bomb, and it's like, okay, like why is this guy pointing into the stands, and why do they have the home run jacket out and the play? Sometimes that irks me a little bit is when he tries to beat out something at first and it's not really a close play, and he'll give the old safe signal, and it's like, but this is just a guy who genuinely loves playing the game of baseball. Like at the end of the day, it's sports, it's a kid's game, and sometimes I think we're a little too tough on guys who just enjoy it, and that's part of like why you should want to be a fan. Like it's entertainment. He's entertaining to watch, and never more so than when he's hitting absolute missiles like he did already today. So it's a positive development for the Toronto Blue Jays in a season where there haven't been very many positive developments. And I'm looking at the forecast right now. I just pulled it up, and there is a high risk of rip currents in the area, beach hazards statement. A Doppler radar was tracking strong thunderstorms along the line extending from near Cleveland. So it's not, I mean, maybe it's a quick moving thunderstorm, but it doesn't look very good.
I mean, it did enter this game, like you said, off the top. It came on really quickly. Like it was all sunny, and then boom, it started raining, and then like I'm not even kidding. I think like 2 minutes later, the tarp was on the field.
Yeah,
right. So they did not wait. They did not mess around. So
it's a small band, though. It is a small band, so I'm not sure how long it's going to take.
That's Jesse Rubinoff. I'm Shohei Ali. So you're hoping on this rain delay program edition, which you are listening to instead of Blue Jays baseball. You hope it's a quick one. Blue Jays leading 3-2, bottom of the 3rd inning at Progressive Field. They're hoping to not have a 6-game losing streak to talk about in a sweep, a second consecutive sweep in Cleveland. So Kikuchi on the mound in the bottom of the 3rd inning. The bases are loaded, Jesse. So that's the situation we're going to re-enter this ballgame. And I'm guessing what'll happen is if this game really is an hour plus. We'll have to see, right? I don't think Kikuchi will come back out. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'd be surprised if it was that long of a delay, and then because I suppose he could go and throw simulated pitches in the indoor cages or in indoor pen area.
Yeah.
But they likely have a progressive field because all ballparks have that. But even for a certain point, I see your radar.
So 3:30, it looks like the band is completely gone over Cleveland.
Okay, so that's in about half an hour.
It doesn't look like it's too bad at all.
But even if it is half an hour,
is it coming back?
If it's but here's the thing: if it's half an hour, that's when the rain stops.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be probably another half an hour until the game actually starts, right? So if it's a full hour until we are back, we don't know. We haven't gotten word yet when they're going to try and resume this game. They probably won't even send out word until the rain stops, right? And then they'll probably give us a more concrete timeline. But if that's the case, then I think he doesn't come back out. I bet, and even though bottom third, there's still a lot of more innings you need to cover before you can turn it over to the bullpen. You also want to get, just the other half of that question is, does Tristan McKenzie come back out, right? Because the Guardians have the luxury of being able to turn it over to their stellar bullpen, which has not given up many runs this entire season against the Blue Jays or really anyone. So I think that what they do with the starters in this game will be really interesting for me if it is a relatively quick delay. Because, pitchers can sit through like about half an hour. That happens sometimes. There are innings where it's long other half innings where the pitchers come back out. But if it's a full hour, I think they might both be done.
If you're the Blue Jays, aren't you praying that Tristan McKenzie comes back out? It's not like he
scored he has 3 runs off him in 3 innings.
He hasn't been horrible, but they've been on him a little bit, and I don't think you want to go anywhere near that best in the major leagues bullpen from the Cleveland Guardians. So I think you're hoping that Tristan McKenzie is able to sit through it and come back on the mound. An interesting start, I think, for Yusei Kikuchi, and it's the second one in a row where he's thrown a ton of pitches in the first inning, and it's set him back considerably. In the start against the Boston Red Sox a week ago, he had 30 pitches in the first inning, and that he only ended up going 4 innings. He allowed 5 earned runs. He surrendered 4 home runs in that game. And today he had 27, I believe, in the first inning. And again, he's just kind of battling right now. He's not walking a ton of guys. There's not like there's anything that's clearly wrong with him.
Yeah.
But he's just, I don't know if he's nibbling, but he's throwing a lot over the heart of the plate, and he's getting hit pretty hard. Again, Boston Red Sox are playing some good baseball. Cleveland Guardians are one of the best contact teams in the league. So, he doesn't want to give them any free passes, clearly, but it seems like he's getting hit pretty hard over the last little while, and as a result, his ERA is creeping closer to 4. Again, we discussed this yesterday. Starting pitching for sure, not the biggest issue in the world, but I think you'd like to see Yusei Kikuchi go a little bit deeper into the games than he has been right now because he's in a jam. And once we send it back to the game, he's got to deal with a no-outs, bases-loaded situation.
Yeah, Kikuchi has thrown 63 pitches today so far in 3 innings, which is not great, of course. But when you look at the breakdown of the pitches he has thrown, right? So in those 63 pitches, 40 of them are strikes. In those 63 pitches, he has thrown 4-seam fastball, curveball, slider, and a changeup. And we know about Kikuchi's propensity to use his slider sometimes, but he still has thrown his fastball the most, but he has thrown 23 fastballs. He's thrown 20 curveballs, 16 sliders, and 4 changeups. I feel like you want to see him use the fastball more.
Yeah.
Right. And that's not because that's not only because he's gotten the most or a fair amount of whiffs on it. The curveball has been a nice addition for him this year. The curveball has functioned well for him in spots, but he maxed out on the fastball today in 3 innings so far at 98.3 miles an hour. Like he legitimately, and we know this is not a hot take or a new take.
A lefty.
Yeah, he's one of the hardest throwing lefties in Major League Baseball. As a starting pitcher, there's some really hard throwing lefty relievers, but from a starting pitcher perspective, he throws one of the hardest 4-seamers in the league as a lefty. And I feel like he's got to throw it more. Like he's just got, maybe a part of it is that the Guardians are also a very tough team to get out. They see pitches very well. They're playing at home quite well this year as well. So I'm sure that's all part of the game plan and what Danny Jansen is calling here. But gosh, you just want to see him use that nasty weapon a little.
Yeah. The issue for him, just like it was yesterday for Jose Barrios, remember that Barrios pitch to Jose Ramirez that he hit out, that was the most middle can possibly be, like right dead center of the strike zone. If you look at Yusei Kikuchi, the Josh Naylor pitch was a curveball, 83.2 miles an hour, and it was just about where the Jose Ramirez pitch was yesterday, right dead center of the plate. The foul ball that Naylor hit in the previous pitch was a fastball, 94.5 miles an hour, also pretty close to the middle of the plate. You go to Jose Ramirez, that was a four-seam fastball right at the bottom of the zone. It's just you can't throw pitches right dead center to the Guardians.
Yeah.
They're gonna crush you. That's the problem, and it's difficult to pitch to a team that can hurt you if you catch a lot of the plate, but you also don't want to give them any free passes. So you're kind of forced in a way to nibble, and that's really speaks probably more to the Guardians and just how good they are than Yusei Kikuchi struggling. But the Guardians really do make you pay if you end up catching too much of the zone. In the last couple of days, that has been the issue with the Blue Jays pitchers. They're just feeding these guys too many pitches middle.
That is Jesse Rubinoff. I'm Shoat Lee. You're listening to the Blue Jays rain delay program. Blue Jays up 3-2, bottom third at Progressive Field. And the rain actually does look like it's lightening a teensy bit. It was like raining so hard at the sat feeds here at Baseball Control that you could barely see the field. And, my judge, Jesse, for how it's going at the away team's stadium is what the crowd is doing. Because the crowd usually runs for cover. Like no one wants to get wet, and they're coming back. Like people are kind of hanging around the concourse, but like people, when it was raining really hard, they had vacated their seats, and people are actually walking back down the in between the sections, I suppose, to get back to their seats. So maybe that means that the rain, just like you were saying, is starting to clear.
I got to say, I'm talented from a meteorologist perspective. I'm pretty talented.
Look,
here.
if you ever don't, maybe you can go work for our pals at City News, and if you ever decide Sportsnet's not for you.
The inner band. Let me just. I'm looking at the radar again. The inner band, which is like the yellow band of the radar, is the ton of rain that we started with and why the tarp came out. And now at what time is it? 3:08. We're into the outer band, and the whole band is moving away from Cleveland now, and it looks like the worst is over. So I would imagine, honestly, in about 10 minutes time, the rain looks like it's probably going to stop completely, and that's when we'll get the players coming back onto the field and starting to warm up and go again. So I would imagine both starters are going to be back in this game.
If it's a really short layoff, then you're probably right.
Yeah,
you're probably right. That's our meteorologist report from Jesse Rubinoff.
I mean, I'm crushing it. Like, look, it's lightening up, so I'm doing a heck of a job here. Got to be honest.
Let's quickly check before we play some audio. I want to hear from Stuart Baroa, who, of course, as the corresponding roster move, Jesse, was the call up for Orelvis Martinez's 80-game suspension. So Orelvis on the restricted list now. So Baroa called up, also probably going to play a little bit with Dalton Varsho, not on the IL, but removed from the game yesterday with lower left back tightness. But before we do that, let's check the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. And I wanted to get to this transaction, actually, Jesse. This is a transaction that involves the Blue Jays. It was announced by the team actually in the bottom of the second inning. They posted this on Twitter in the bottom of the second inning. They've acquired righty reliever Jose Cuas off waivers from the Cubs. He has been optioned immediately to AAA Buffalo. Cuas having been DFA'd last Sunday by Chicago. So he has struggled this year in the majors. It's a 6.93 ERA in a combined 19 games in the majors and minors. So you're kind of combining his stints in both AAA and the majors. But in the last 2 years, and this is courtesy of Blake Murphy, Blake digging this up, he has finished with ERAs of 3.99 and 3.58. So maybe a bad year for him so far this season, but perhaps something there. But he was claimed off waivers off the Cubs, and like I said, DFA'd last Sunday.
Yeah, I think the issue for me when this sort of thing happens is that where's the case where the Blue Jays have brought someone in who was struggling and their player development has turned them around? Like I was watching the Dodgers game last night, and Kevin Biggio had a base hit, and the broadcast booth was talking about some of the adjustments that he's made in his time since being with the LA Dodgers. And it felt like the Dodgers seemed like they unlocked something with Kevin Biggio. And I just wonder, where's the use case for the Blue Jays where someone has come in and they've been able to unlock something in that player? And that's obviously what you're hoping with in this case for a guy that's had a rough year. But I just don't know that I trust the Blue Jays player development to be able to absorb somebody and say, hey, we really like what we've seen out of you, and we're going to change this slight approach, and suddenly the guy's great again.
But pitching wise, they have done that though for a lot of guys.
And I guess that's a credit to Pete Walker and the pitcher staff. And I guess from a pitching perspective, that's not the issue with this team. That hasn't been the problem for quite some time now. So maybe they feel like they can catch lightning in a bottle here. And they need all the bullpen help that they can get, especially considering the injuries at the back end of the bullpen.
A quick update as well as you're listening to the Blue Jays rain delay program. The grounds crew come back on the field. Looks like they're going to pull the stakes and roll up the tarp.
That was quick.
So that was a very quick delay. Still, though, I mean, it's 3:12 p.m. Eastern. So we've been in a delay for like 16, 17 minutes, like approximately thereabouts. They still would have to get the game ready. If it's going to be another 20 to 30 minutes, let's say if they roll the tarp and that's the minimum we're waiting, and the crowd really is filling up their seats again, so it must have really stopped raining in Cleveland. But even if it is 20, 30 minutes between now and like the resumption of this game, I'm gonna say that starters don't come back into this game. I don't think they come back in. I don't think you risk it necessarily because what? They're going to be, like I said before, they're going to be throwing lots of simulated pitches for like 40 minutes or more than that, I suppose.
Warm,
just to stay warm. I bet they don't do that. It'll probably be Trevor Richards or something who comes in for the Jays. I'm not sure who would come in first for the Guardians because they can go to any number of guys. Probably not Cade Smith because he played yesterday. Oh, and I see here the notice from Cleveland. We will resume play at approximately 3:30 p.m. Eastern because Cleveland's in our same time zone. So that would be in about 15 minutes is when they're saying they're going to resume play. But you know what? Even though... it's tough to gauge because it was so quick, but do you want to risk it? Here's my other question. Even if he could go, do you want to throw Yusei Kikuchi back out there with the bases loaded and no outs after he also just gave up a run? That's kind of another separate question.
It feels like a good opportunity to take him out and let someone from the bullpen handle it. But you know how Mondays is a lot of times an off day. They do play tomorrow. So you run the risk of now only being where we are in this baseball game in the bottom of the third. You're going to have to use up a lot of bullpen arms right before you're getting ready to go to Fenway and play 3 against the Boston Red Sox starting tomorrow. So it's a bit of a pickle for the Blue Jays here. Do you send Yusei back out when, I don't want to say he doesn't have it. He hasn't been awful, but he's in a major jam here and he's just been sitting for probably upwards of half an hour.
Yeah.
Or do you want to start by bringing in a Richards or a Bowden Francis or somebody else and then that arm is not available for you starting tomorrow? Like it's actually quite a difficult situation to be in.
I feel like you can't use Bowden Francis, right? Yeah. Probably not Bowden, but Richards seems like Richards or Pearson seem like the most likely candidate. Probably not Pearson if the bases are loaded with no outs, right? Like I think if you're going to your most trusted guy to try and hold down a lead, it would almost have to be Trevor Richards, right?
Yeah.
Like I suppose there are other guys you go to depending on the batter who's at the plate and the pockets that are coming up. The Guardians have a lot of lefties, so in theory you could go to like Cabrera or something and then pitching change him immediately. But if you're really trying to hold it down, I would think the guy who's most best suited is Trevor Richards, if only because Richards can. He's not a lefty, but they kind of use him like a lefty in the sense that he throws the changeup really well to lefties, and because he is a righty, he can still throw pitches to righties as well. So I like the idea of using Trevor Richards, although we'll have to see if they end up using him or if they dare roll the dice with Kikuchi. Although history would suggest they won't. Before we come back and take another look at the out-of-town scoreboard, Jesse, let's hear a little bit from Stuart Baroa. I mentioned it earlier. He was the corresponding roster move made when Elvis was suspended earlier today. 80-game suspension for Elvis Martinez, if you're just joining us, for the use of performance-enhancing drugs. So Stuart Baroa, the corresponding move. Here he is on certainly what it means to be called up and where he was when he heard the news.
Well, we were playing Scranton down AAA, and I was in the middle of the game. I was in second base, and they pulled somebody to pinch run, and then I was like, what is going on? What happened? And then Casey Candela, our manager, just pulled me to the tunnel and told me that he was mad at me because I didn't run the base hard and all those stuff, and I was like, what do you mean? Like I don't get what you're saying. And then he just came out and told me like, oh, you're just going to Toronto.
What's your reaction? What's the thing that has been going through your mind?
It's unbelievable. I don't believe it. I'm here, but it's crazy. The process has been really tough, but I've been a grinder, and just what come from my mind was like all the hard work that I've been through, all the tough moments that I've been through in my entire career in minor league, and finally was thanks God, thanks God for the opportunity, and I made it.
This has been a long time coming for you. Was there ever a point where you thought this might not happen? Did you have some doubt?
Oh yes, of course. I think a lot of players in minor league, we have that thought sometime where you don't think that the dream is gonna come, but at the end, I'm just a warrior. I like to be in tough moments, and I think that's what I'm born to be, on tough moments, and I just keep going.
You're obviously having a really strong year with Buffalo. What's been really working for you at the plate?
Well, sometimes, it's just been try to be easy at home plate, try to understand my game, how I can help the team win wherever I am, and that I think it's been the biggest adjustment. Understand more the game mentally, and just because I think I have the ability, it's just been a mental process to be in the home plate and compete.
What's kind of the difference mentally this year versus years in the past?
Understanding what the pitcher trying to do with me, how they trying to take me out with, what kind of pitch, the sequence that they've been trying to do with me, those kind of stuff, situation of the game, running, scoring position, what they're gonna try to do with me. First of all, understanding those stuff in my mind, and just going from there and put my best plan and my best swing off the pitch.
The base stealing, obviously a really big part of your game. What's kind of your approach to base stealing when you're on first base, when you go and when you don't?
Just the same thing. It's kind of understand the situation of the game, the time of the pitcher, what he do, and all those kind of stuff. What the manager want me to do at that moment, kind of be smart of what the team need at that moment. And basically it's that, understand the game. If I can go get some tips from the coaches or the same pitcher, some stuff that they do usually, and just go from there.
Is there someone with the big league team right now that has been really helpful to you?
Well, I would say a lot of the guys, give me the comfy to be here, and during spring trainer, I've been spring trainer a couple times without invitation. This past spring trainer was the first one that I was actually with the team. And, I talked with a lot of guys, Vladdy, all those guys, a lot of coaches, help me understanding more about the game, how it is being up here in big league. So it's basically a little bit of everybody I'll be taking.
Who did you tell first?
My dad.
What was his reaction?
Chill. He's a chill guy, and he was the one who was trying to chill me out because it was a crazy moment.
So that's Stuart Burroa on the call-up to the majors. Again, outfielder Burroa is going to be the corresponding roster move after Orelvis Martinez, infielder, was placed on the restricted list following an 80-game suspension for PED. It's kind of like Burroa, Jesse. Sounds like a fun guy. He's a young player. I think the scouting report on him is that he's very fast. He can defend pretty well. He can run the bases very well. There's some interesting profile notes with the bat, but I think a lot of it is speed and defense. And as long as Varsho is unavailable and he's not on the IL, he is. They said his back locked up on him. And in the update Schneider talked about earlier today, he did say that it didn't seem like an IL stint would be necessary, which is very good. But in the absence of that, who knows how long Burroa is up in the majors, but if he does play, he kind of sounds like someone easy to root for.
Yeah, and I would love to see some speed on the bases as well from the Toronto Blue Jays. I don't think it's something that we've seen nearly enough of, considering the struggles offensively. Let's go for broke a little bit here and see some aggressive base running. That would be awesome to see that from Stuart Burroa. And he seems like a vibes guy.
Yeah.
In the dugout after Horwitz's home run, he was the one who's jumping up and down with Horwitz. That was pretty cool to see. So, I think you need all the positivity you can get, and let's get a little speed in the lineup and make things a little bit more interesting on the base pass.
That is Jesse Rubinov. I'm Shoal Lee. You're listening to the Blue Jays Rain Delay program here on the Sportsnet Radio Network. The game of The Blue Jays game between the Jays and Guardians at Progressive Field is scheduled to resume at 3:30 p.m. Eastern, 12:30 p.m. Pacific. So that is in approximately 9 minutes. 8 minutes now, really. So that's when we're going to get, maybe not first pitch, but the resumption of this ball game. The crowd is back in their seats at Progressive Field, and it does look like the tarp is completely off. They're just finishing rolling it up out there in left field. The water is draining off of it, and the grounds crew at Progressive Field is fixing up the pitching mound and the base paths. So it looks like we will get baseball in about 8 minutes' time. Let's quickly check the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Devilishly good since Toronto first raised a trophy in 1992. Join them for wings, ribs, beer, cocktails, and catch every play at your local St. Louis Bar and Grill. Download the app or visit stlouiswings.com for more details. Always devilishly good. Another reminder for everyone that if you are keen on voting for MLB All-Star starters, the first wave of results are in. Vladimir Guerrero Jr., the only Blue Jay who is leading his position in votes. He leads all AL first basemen in votes. Maybe he'll get a couple more after today's absolute rocket into the seats. The gap is pretty close between him and Orioles first baseman Ryan Mountcastle, who's in second place. So if you do want to ensure he or really any other Blue Jays are going to make it to the All-Star game in Texas, which is next month, you can Texas vote him at bluejays.com/vote. I didn't make that up. That's part of the read. So there you go, Jesse. I mentioned the transaction for the Blue Jays earlier. They did acquire righty reliever Jose Cuas off waivers from the Cubs. He's been optioned to AAA. Elsewhere in Major League Baseball, a trade to report. The New York Yankees acquiring infielder J.D. Davis and cash considerations from the Oakland A's for old pal Jordan Groshans. J.D. Davis was DFA'd on June 18th, it's about 5 days ago. So the Athletics were looking for a trade partner in the interim, kind of like Cavabiggio. It's kind of the same deal. And the Yankees going for Davis to likely fill in while Giancarlo Stanton is on the IL. And certainly for the hockey fans out there, it's another reminder that it's Sunday. So tomorrow we will get Game 7 in the Stanley Cup playoffs between the Panthers and the Oilers. The Oilers forcing Game 7 after a 5-1 win in Game 6. Winner take all Game 7 tomorrow night on Sportsnet and the CBC. One way or another, Jesse, we're going to see the Cup raised tomorrow night. Real quick, before we get to talking about this game, we'll talk about George Springer in 2 seconds here. Real quick, who's winning tomorrow night?
I mean, it's got to be the Oilers. I don't know how the Panthers are even holding their sticks tomorrow. Like, I said I don't even think I'd be able to get on the flight. I mean, that says a lot about me and my mental toughness. But I don't know how, if you're the Florida Panthers, you could. The flight to Edmonton or back to Sunrise was probably the most miserable flight in the history of hockey.
I can only imagine.
Like, there was probably less than 3 words said the entire time, and I just don't know how you find a way, if you're the Florida Panthers, to make this happen and stave off the Oilers. There's too much momentum.
Yeah, I know some people don't believe in like momentum as a real quantifiable thing, and there's no way to really measure momentum.
Yeah.
But gosh, if you could, I think you would be entirely
full bar for the Oilers.
100% on Edmonton's side. Quick check on this game. Again, we're going to get baseball in about 5 minutes. Zach Pop on the mound here. He is warming up, so he's going to have. It looks like they're draining the water out there in left field.
We're looking at right now.
The water's kind of pooled on the warning track in left field, in left center, I suppose. But the bullpens in Progressive Field are elevated. Like there's a concourse just above that where there are seats, and then the bullpen is kind of in between, a little bit elevated. And for the Blue Jays, you couldn't see Zach Pop getting ready, so they're going to ask a little bit of Pop with the bases loaded and no one outs, and the Blue Jays nursing a 3-2 lead here, Jesse.
Yeah, I'm actually a fan of that. Get the guy who get some double plays, get some ground balls, get out of the inning, bing, bang, boom. It's a good spot for Zach Pop. Obviously, extremely high leverage, but you want the ground baller in to try and get yourself out of the inning in some way, shape, or form. Maybe you just surrender 1 run, get the traffic off the base pass, and get out of it. But yeah, you were bang on. Look at you. Just a little too much time for Yusei Kikuchi there. Yeah. It appears. I mean, there's still potentially come back, but it appears Yusei is looking like he's going to be out of this game.
And if he is done, I would guess Tristan McKenzie's done. Like, I don't think either teams are going to take a lot of liberties with their starters, and I feel like most teams don't, honestly.
Yeah.
But the Guardians are in a good spot because they can turn it over to their bullpen, whereas the Blue Jays, I mean, they are going to turn it over to their bullpen, but their bullpen has not performed to the same level as the Guardians, which, honestly, by most metrics, Jesse, is the best bullpen in Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
It's not, like, close to. It's the best bullpen in the league. So that's going to be something to monitor. Who comes out of the pen for Cleveland? But it looks like Zach Pop is getting hot right now. So when we resume in a couple of minutes, we'll see who gets to the mound for the Blue Jays. Again, 3-2, the Blue Jays lead, bottom 3 with the bases loaded and no one outs. I mentioned George Springer.
Mm-hmm.
George Springer getting on base today and making a phenomenal diving grab to end the inning to help out Yusei Kikuchi. I think there were a pair of runners on base with 2 outs, and George Springer is selling out completely, the snow cone catching that ball out there in right field. Just a redonkulous play from George Springer, frankly, but it has never really been his defensive work we're concerned about. It's the offense that has been truly miserable to watch for a good chunk of the season, but he has gotten on base today, which is something we haven't said a lot lately.
Yeah, I think George, we can criticize him all we want for his issues at the plate, and we've talked about them ad nauseum, but I think he deserves a lot of credit for his ability to just keep plugging away defensively and providing a lot of value to the Blue Jays there. I mean, that was probably, I said the Vladimir Guerrero Jr. swing on the home run was maybe his best swing all season. That was probably George Springer's best play of the season, and he's made a lot of really nice plays this season in right field. And what it does, I think, I talked about how I don't think Springer and Kiermaier should be in the same lineup together, but I do think that with the defense that Springer provides, it does make it a little bit more palatable, at least from the managerial perspective, to be able to plug him in the lineup, because you know that the offense isn't affecting his defense greatly, or at all for that matter. So I think he does deserve a lot of credit for not letting his offense drag down his defense. You haven't seen that.
I feel like it would be pretty easy for that to happen.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I guess that is a challenge of being a professional athlete, like trying to stay ready all the time and like, not let something that's really affecting you affect the rest of your game, because I think it's actually one of, if not the best defensive metric seasons for Springer as a Blue Jay this year. Yeah. And it's not hard to believe that. I mean, we have seen all season George Springer track down some fly balls and making it look easy when he's tracking down fly balls and making putting his body on the line and really throwing his body around out there to make sure outs are had. And he's done that a lot this season. But you're right. I mean, that's not where the criticism lies. But I agree with you that it's good that he hasn't let it affect that side of his game.
Yeah, it would be so easy to do because you're seeing a lot of the body language from him when he's in the batter's box. Yesterday he had a strikeout, the third called strike that he didn't agree with at all, and he made it known on the way back to the dugout. And then his first strikeout today was another call that he felt was borderline. It was definitely a strike, but he felt it was borderline.
Right.
And you could just see from an offensive perspective that it's spiraling. It's like weighing on him greatly, and he's just out of sorts, and he's complaining about pitches that are strikes, and it's just he's not in a good frame of mind. However, all that being said, he's still very sharp defensively, and if you're looking for positives, that's one that he can hang his hat on.
So here the crowd reacting here in the field, the Progressive Field at Cleveland, and it is going to be Zach Pop. Zach Pop just emerged from the bullpen after his warm-up tosses, came down the stairs, is running out through left center to the mound. So it's going to be Zach Pop. Yusei Kikuchi's day is done here, but there's still quite a lot of water out there in left field. Like looks like the grounds crew was scrambling to shovel turfus onto the warning track essentially, because Zach Pop basically had to run through a pool of water to get into the field because the warning track is just covered in water essentially.
Yeah, he's jogging in, and even the grass, there's just water spraying up to his kneecaps. Like, wow, this looks like a little bit of a safety hazard, but you hope over the course of the next little while that whether it's the sun or the drainage system in Cleveland, that it gets a little bit safer out there, because that looks like a bit of a hazard if we're being honest. The outfield warning track is a bit of a disaster at this point in time.
Zach Pop on the mound with his 4.95 ERA. Blue Jays baseball, which is about to resume, is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection And it looks like they're going to leave the water on the field. I think the grounds crew has come off the field, so we're going to see if that continues to drain or if it becomes a problem in front of the Blue Jays bullpen. But
surprised by that.
It looks like the game is just about to resume. So for the call of the game, let's get you back over to Eric Smith and Chris LaRue.
All right, thanks very much, Sho and Jesse. And as the guys were just talking, there is still a pretty significant puddle out there. I mean, it's actually more than a puddle. It's a mini lake out in the outfield right along the track. So that'll be something for the outfielders to have some fun with.
Well, Zach Pop actually had to jump over it coming out of the Blue Jays bullpen. That is something that you probably rarely see in the big leagues. They like to get that field nice and dry before they start a ball game. This is something that I don't know. I don't know what they're thinking, but they're trying to get this ball game in.
Well, I mean, I hate to play meteorologist again because I was clearly wrong, and I'm gonna throw my partner, my buddy, right under the bus and say that it was Ben Shulman that was giving me the updates from Cleveland. Ben told me before the ball game, there's some rain in the area, but I think we're going to be fine to get it in. It's probably just going to be a great day. And it was looking that way until the rain started coming, and it was a pretty solid downpour for a good 10, 20 minutes. But we do resume play after a relatively brief, all things considered, relatively brief rain delay. And we resume action now at 3:32 Eastern. Bases are loaded, and it's a 2-2 count to Jonathan Rodriguez. Zach Pop into the game in place of Yusei Kikuchi. And Pop misses outside. And it's now a 3-2 count. Again, none out, bases loaded. Blue Jays leading 3-2 in the bottom of the third inning. Pop tried to come inside, fouled off by Rodriguez.
And remember, if anything good happens right now, it goes on Zach Pop's record. If anything bad happens, it goes on Yusei Kikuchi's record because the at-bat has already started.
The 3-2 pitch. Again, fouled off by Rodriguez. Staying alive. Josh Naylor is at third. Bo Naylor at second. Daniel Schneemann at first. Bases loaded. None out. One run already in this inning. Cleveland trying to get more. The 3-2 pitch. Again inside, but Rodriguez swings at it, fouls it off, and we'll do it again.
That was a tough pitch right there. 98 with all kinds of runs. Zach Pop has some of the best movement in all of Major League Baseball. Rodriguez just gets a piece of it, able to stay alive in this at-bat.
Pop with the kick, the delivery. And again, Rodriguez got a piece. It was down Main Street on a sinker at 97, and Rodriguez got a sliver of it to foul it off.
Well, he got enough of it just to move it around in Danny Jansen's glove. Danny Jansen ends up dropping it, but it looked like he squeezed it.
And Pop just lost it. Below the zone with the pitch. At 97, the sinker is ball 4. And that walks in the tying run. It's now 3-3. Still none out. Still bases loaded.
Yeah, that was a huge at-bat for Rodriguez, fouling off a couple tough pitches, and then Zach Pop throwing a sinker below that strike zone. Now it's a 3-3 ball game, but again, that's Yusei Kikuchi's walk, not Zach Pop's.
That brings up Brian Rocchio. First pitch to Rocchio. A sinker at 97 is good for a strike. It's 0-1. Rocchio singled in the second inning. Would certainly love to do it again right here with the bases juiced. He sends one to short. Picked up by AKF. Flips it over to Horwitz. Over to first. They turn the double play, but a run comes in, and Cleveland has taken the lead.
Yeah, that's the pitch that you wanted either a couple of batters ago or even to Rodriguez in the previous at-bat, but now the Guardians have a 4-3 lead, and that's a backbreaker for the Blue Jays.
They were up 2-0. Their lead was cut to 2-1. Then they went up 3-1. And now they trail 4-3. 2 out, bottom of the third. Angel Martinez, first pitch swinging, diving stab by Vladdy, flips it over to Pop covering, and they get the out. What a grab and what a play by Vladimir Guerrero Jr. But the Jays give up 3 runs, and they now trail 4-3 as we head to the fourth. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The next generation of stars is knocking on the door of the NBA.
Stolen away by Cody to the rim with a slam with 2 hands.
Who will be the next superstar to shape a franchise?
The Boston Celtics select Jason Tatum.
We're getting you ready on NBA Radio with our draft preview show.
His ceiling could be as high as anybody's in this draft.
Hear a special show throughout the weekend, only on NBA Radio Channel 86 or anytime you want on the all-new Sirius XM app.
Every night after the final out, the Round Trip Roundup brings you the scores, highlights, and analysis from every game across Major League Baseball, all in less than 30 minutes.
Swung on and missed, strike 3 and a no-hitter.
It's the perfect way to get caught up on all the night's biggest home runs and best performances.
And a high drive, deep right center.
It's the Round Trip Roundup on MLB Network Radio every night on Sirius XM Channel 89 and every morning on the Sirius XM app.
Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win your fantasy leagues. Right now on Channel 87.
Aaron Judge drills a 3-run home run.
From in-season fantasy baseball management to our all-time fantasy baseball draft to helping you prepare for your fantasy football drafts. Fantasy Sports Radio is here to help you dominate.
Don't ever take a player that you don't intend to keep all year. Don't do it. It's terrible management.
Fantasy Sports Radio, your home for fantasy sports. Channel 87 and on the all-new Sirius XM app.
Hey, baseball fans, the 2024 NBA Draft begins on June 26th, and NBA Radio is your home for all the action. Hear every pick on NBA Radio, Channel 86, and the all-new Sirius XM app.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
Fourth inning is presented by Bet365. At Bet365, you can bet live in-game on game props, totals, and the money line. Download the app and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19 plus. Play responsibly. Ontario only. Davis Schneider is going to lead things off for the Blue Jays here to start this fourth inning, with Toronto now trailing 4-3 in this ballgame. Again, they had 2 separate leads at 2-0 and then again at 3-1. But that is gone. Certainly love to get things going again right now in this fourth inning after the delay of about 30 minutes or so. Tim Herron's come into the ball game, the left-hander for the Guardians. And after a first pitch ball, now back-to-back strikes and a 1-2 count to Davis Schneider. The lefty delivers and misses on that one. Brings the count to 2-2. Missed on that curveball inside.
Well, it's turned into a beautiful day after that rain.
Oh, we got tricked earlier. Let's hope that rain is officially gone. Herron comes back with a fastball. That one a little bit low. Just missing in the zone. Nice job there by Schneider to hold off and not swing at that one. It's now 3-2. Schneider trying to get on to start this fourth inning. The 3-2 pitch. And he sends it to third. Picked up by Martinez. Fires it across the field and records the out. There's one down.
This will be a tough assignment for the Blue Jays offense against Tim Herron. Tim Herron comes into the ball game in 34 games, 30 innings. He has an ERA of 1.20. Been very stingy this season.
Yeah, that sounds like it. Very stingy numbers indeed. Left on left battle now right now as Kevin Kiermaier comes up. The number 9 hitter in the Blue Jay lineup. Might have some water to deal with out in center field as he was just out there, and it still hasn't cleared. There's a whole bunch of water from that rain delay still sitting on the warning track in Cleveland. Hopefully it dries up as the sun beats down. Kiermaier swings at the second pitch. First pitch ball, second one fouled off. It's now 1-1. Some fans getting real rowdy down near our microphones. Somebody's having some fun. 1-1 pitch. Kiermaier looked awkward on that swing, too. We saw it in his first at-bat, where he just didn't seem too comfortable with a couple of pitches, and that was a kind of an awkward swing we just saw right there as he fouled one off.
Yeah, it seems like he's just not seeing the baseball very well.
Well, didn't see it on that one either as he swings through it on a curveball at 82. And Herron just sat down Kiermaier. There's 2 out.
Another awkward swing from Kevin Kiermaier. He's had 3 awkward swings today, 2 in that at-bat right there. Just kind of a little whiff at that backup breaking ball from Herron, but he does not look comfortable today.
Been up twice and unfortunately struck out twice. And it brings us to the top of the order now with Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. And speaking of strikeouts, he got caught looking in his last at-bat, flew it to right field to start the ball game. 0 for 2 afternoon for the leadoff man for the Jays. IKF batting .278 on the season. First pitch, a slider in for a strike. Second pitch is knocked out to second. It's picked up by Schneemann over to first. They get the out, and the Guardians send the Jays down 1, 2, 3. Bottom of the 4th next. It's Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
When Blue Jays starter Kevin Gausman is on the mound, you hear a lot of pops at Rogers Center. The pop of the ball hitting the catcher's mitt. The pop of the crowd as they cheer on another Gausman strikeout. But most importantly for Goss, the pop of his bubble gum.
Swing and a miss. Got him on the splitter again. One of the best at his craft.
Gausman loves his gum. So be one of the first 15,000 fans on Wednesday, July 3rd and get your Kevin Gausman bubblegum bobblehead. Get your tickets at BlueJays.com.
Bring it in, Canada. When it comes to small business, Desjardins is a big fan. And not just the hop on the bandwagon fan. We're the in it for the long haul fan. The fan that's been there from the start. That's why Desjardins awarded 150 entrepreneurs with Good Spark grants worth $20,000 each. Because like any fan, there's nothing we love more than celebrating a goal!
See how Desjardins is cheering on small business at goodsparkgrants.ca.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. That's why we introduced in-game betting. Because when the game starts, the action doesn't stop. With in-game betting, you can wager on game props, player props, totals, and the money line. And remember, in-game, you can track your same-day parlay with the option to cash out. Check out in-game betting and find out why. It's never ordinary at Bet365.
Must be 19 years or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
The 0-2 pitch. Fastball, strike 3 looking.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back. Bottom of the 4th inning. Eric Smith, Chris LaRue with you from the Timber Mart broadcast booth as the Guardians lead the Jays 4-3. And leading off this inning is the leadoff man, Stephen Kwan. Trying to chase down that 400 average. Batting .386, but he has flown out twice in this game, has yet to get on base. His team does have a 1-run lead, though. And he looks at the second pitch from Zach Pop, just missing outside. Pulls even in the count at 1-1.
Surprisingly, Stephen Kwan is 2 for 10 in this series. Well, it should be 3 for 10. We already talked about that, though.
That was a couple of days ago with a fielder's choice. Well, he just got underneath one, launched it to right field, and into the first row over the big wall. A solo shot for Kwan as he looks back and says, somebody call LaRue. Take that.
Well, Stephen Kwan has such quick hands. He's able to hit all kinds of pitches, and that was a fastball up at the hands, a tough pitch to even make contact with. He gets those quick hands through, gets the barrel to the baseball, and hits it about 2 or 3 rows deep in right field. George Springer was actually close to that puddle. He almost ran in the puddle in right field.
So now 5-3, Cleveland leading. Again, they were down 2-0. Cut it to 2-1, fell behind 3-1, went up 4-3, and now leading 5-3. They have scored in 3 of the 4 innings thus far. Bottom of the 4th, none out, and a 5-3 lead. Pop delivering now to Tyler Freeman, who just fouled off the second pitch off his leg, and man, he goes skipping out of the box in a lot of pain. Getting a look at the replay, that thing came straight down and got him on that left leg.
Well, Freeman's one of those rare guys that doesn't really wear any protection on the legs. He has that elbow guard on, but nothing around the ankles, nothing around the shins. One of the tough ones.
And he's trying to tough it out right now. Being looked at by the Cleveland training staff. They're kind of checking out that left ankle. The lower part of the leg, kind of around the shin as well.
Well, he might not have some protection on there right now, but I can guarantee either his next at bat or tomorrow he's going to have a pad over that shin.
He's got the red New Balance cleats on. I saw earlier today that it looks like the Jordan brand. We've already seen the Jordan 1s. A lot of guys wearing them, like Vladdy and others. They might be making a Jordan 4 cleat. So any like sneakerheads out there, shoe enthusiasts, keep an eye out for the Jordan 4s. I'm sure they'll be very affordable. Line drive by Freeman, handled by Horwitz as he cuts it off. It was looking like it might make it up the middle, and Spencer came over to make the stab and record the first out of this fourth inning.
Yeah, that was a nice play from Spencer Horwitz, ranging up the middle to his right, just catching that line drive with ease. Pretty good scouting report right there against Tyler Freeman.
And that's going to do it for Zach Pop. He's going to come out of the ball game as the meat of the order is now coming up for Cleveland with Jose Ramirez, Josh Naylor, and then into the ball game came in a couple innings ago, Bo Naylor. But again, that 1-2 punch, especially of Jose and Josh, coming up next. And again, that giant puddle out in front of the Blue Jay bullpen is causing guys to do little pirouettes and leaps over the water as they make their way out of the dugout, or excuse me, out of the bullpen. So during this pitching change, we will go back to baseball control with Show Ali.
Thank you very much, Eric. And before we check the out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill, we will quickly give you a reminder that we do have Jace Talk today. Jesse Rubinoff is here at Baseball Control with me. He and I have the post-game show. We'll take your calls and texts, 590-590. Name and locations where you can text us. You can do that right now if you like. The People's Text line. You guys know the drill. It's always open. All right, let's check the out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. Another reminder that the Stanley Cup playoffs will officially end one way or another tomorrow night. Oilers forcing in Game 7 after a 5-1 win over the Panthers in Game 6. The winner-take-all Game 7 will be tomorrow night on Sportsnet and the CBC just after 8 p.m. Eastern. One way or another, that cup's getting raised by someone tomorrow. In the PWHL, free agency officially opening. Day 1, Toronto making some moves. They signed Daryl Watts and Emma Woods. Watts was a leading scorer for Ottawa last year. She was third in the league in scoring, while Woods was previously New York's second-line center. Both of them actually played for the PHF's Toronto Six prior to the existence of the PWHL, and both won the league's inaugural Isabel Cup. Just one game in the CFL today, Ticats at Rough Riders. That game will be at 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific. Other finals from earlier in the week, including the Alouettes beating the Red Blacks 47-21, the Lions edging the Bombers 26-24, and the Argos beating the Elks 39-36 at BMO Field. Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Brendan Little on the mound for the Jays. Back to the action we go. Here's Eric Smith and Chris LaRue.
Thanks very much, Show. Show just mentioned the lefty comes into the ballgame, Brendan Little, as he faces Ramirez. Jose Ramirez, the first batter for Little, with one out here in the fourth inning. Cleveland has added to their lead in this frame with a solo shot from Stephen Kwan that led off the fourth inning. And moments ago, it was a lineout for Tyler Freeman. So the bases are empty with one down. Ramirez ahead in the count 1-0. Little comes back too far inside with that sinker. It's now 2-0. Cleveland leading 5-3. Little gets the sign from Jansen, delivers. Ramirez sends it to third on a couple of bounces, picked up by Barger, whips it cross field, records the out, and there's two down.
Well, the Blue Jays wanted to to turn Jose Ramirez around, make him bat right-handed. Well, I guess that doesn't matter, but they wanted Brendan Little in this ball game to face Josh Naylor. Couple of big hitters in this lineup. And Jose Ramirez is only batting .247 as a righty. That's why they wanted to turn him around.
Well, Naylor bats .243, but he's 2 for 2 today. And obviously has a ton of juice with those 19 home runs. Looking to do something here with 2 down. He just fouled it off, and it went down into the dirt and ricocheted back up and hit Danny Jansen on the inner thigh. Real close to where you don't want to be hit. Period. We'll just leave it at that. Jansen trying to get up and walk it off. And Naylor comes over and slaps Jansen on the chest and just kind of says, "My bad. You all right? You good?" And actually, as we get the replay now, we see that he took it off the foot and then the thigh. The double whammy for Jansen. And this coming from Naylor, who got stepped on, diving back into third base by Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. Got a lot of weird things happening today. Remember back early in the ball game with Justin Turner sliding into second and the tag hitting his helmet that had flown off his head, which ultimately resulted in a replay and a safe call instead of Turner getting thrown out?
Well, that feels like it was last week.
It does. It does. We're about 2 hours and 10 minutes into this ball game. We're only in the 4th inning thanks to a rain delay that was around a half hour. Did we actually get an official time, a length on that? Naylor fouls off the 3rd pitch and now trails in the count 1-2. I forgot to write down the time that the rain delay started at. We'll get Show or Tom on it at some point. I'm sure they've got that info. Or our guy Nick Blackmore.
Well, something you don't see very often. We talked about this earlier. There's big puddles
Huge
in that
still,
outfield.
Yeah. And the 1-2 pitch down in the dirt from Little missed on the knuckle curve.
All along the warning track, there's just puddles, and that's something you just don't see.
As kids, we saw it all the time, right?
Well, yeah.
It's not at the Major League Baseball level. I know what you
meant.
meant.
Well, in Burlington, they don't take care of the Little League fields.
Oh, no, Burlington, they do. Trust me, the taxes they pay out there. 3-2 count now. Another knuckle curve went down in the dirt for Little. Naylor held off, and his brother Bo is sitting on deck. So Josh is trying to get on for brother Bo. Cleveland leading 5-3. 2 out here in the bottom of the 4th. And now Naylor asks for time and steps out. Tom Young in my ear now, just confirming it was a 40-minute delay. So I said about a half hour. That's about a half hour. 40 minutes. Thanks, Tom. Naylor steps back in. He's ready. The 3-2 pitch from Little. And Naylor just nailed it. Rocks one to right center on another solo shot, the second of the inning for the Guardians. And they have now doubled up the Jays, leading 6-3.
Well, Danny Jansen was set up on the outside part of the plate for that fastball, but it ran back over the middle on the inside part of the plate, and Josh Naylor absolutely drilled it out to right field.
His 20th home run of the season. Cleveland's second of the inning. And the Blue Jays now have given up 5 straight after leading 3-1. They trail now 6-3.
He hit that baseball, took 3 or 4 slow steps, and then tossed that bat. It's a pretty swing right there.
So now brother Bo comes up. Bo Naylor, first pitch outside from Little. Missing on the sinker and a 1-0 count.
I don't know if you noticed, but on Josh Naylor's belt, there's a Canadian flag on the front of it. Proud Canadian, proud Mississaugian.
Well, Bo just knocked one out to second, picked up by Barger on a couple of bounces, throws over to first, and the Jays get out of the inning, but not before they give up 2 more runs. As I just mentioned a couple of moments ago, it's 6-3. We head to the 5th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hey friends, Ted Danson here, and I want to let you know about my new podcast. It's called Where Everybody Knows Your Name, with me, Ted Danson, and Woody Harrelson. Sometimes. Doing this podcast is a chance for me and my good bud Woody to reconnect after Cheers wrapped 30 years ago. Plus, we're introducing each other to the friends we've met like Jane Fonda, Conan O'Brien, Eric Andre, and trust me, it's always a great hang when Woody's there.
Listen to Where Everybody Knows Your Name on the SiriusXM app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win your fantasy league right now on Channel 87.
Aaron Judge drills a 3-run home run.
From in-season fantasy baseball management to our all-time fantasy baseball draft to helping you prepare for your fantasy football drafts. Fantasy Sports Radio is here to help you dominate.
Don't ever take a player that you don't intend to keep all year. Don't do it. It's terrible management.
Fantasy Sports Radio, your home for fantasy sports. Channel 87 and on the all-new SiriusXM app.
The Busted Open podcast is now available on YouTube. This is Dave LaGreca, host of Busted Open, the #1 pro wrestling show on the planet. You can now watch and listen to the award-winning Busted Open podcast every single day on YouTube. Our best interviews, behind-the-scenes access, and some of our best content from the past. All available right now when you go to youtube.com/@BustedOpenPodcast. Subscribe right now.
And it's gone!
Jays fans, this is John Schneider, and you're listening to Blue Jays Baseball on SiriusXM.
There's the exclamation point for all assembled here at Rogers Center.
Radio Network.
The fifth inning is brought to you by Desjardins Financial Group. Desjardins awarded another 150 grants worth $20,000 each to entrepreneurs across Canada. See how Desjardins cheered on small biz at goodsparkgrants.ca.
Smooth. Just smooth. I love it. Well done. Spencer Horwitz to lead things off now for the Blue Jays in this top half of the fifth inning, with Toronto now trailing 6-3. The 0-1 outside. And now 1-1 is the count. Cleveland looking to sweep the Blue Jays in this series after winning the first two games and trying to close it out this afternoon, with the Blue Jays then packing their bags to head to Boston. Third pitch, no good. It's 2-1. McCacken on the mound for the Indians now, or for the Guardians. That's the first time in the series I've done that. And Spencer Horwitz just sent one deep to center field and gone into the trees above the wall in center field. And he does it again, folks. His second home run of the ball game, and Spencer Horwitz cuts the lead to 6-4.
Well, McCacken just left that fastball right over the middle, and Spencer Horwitz so good at using the big part of the field. He drills that thing over the fence in center field, but he is an impressive talent. Again, hitting .335 in AAA last year, .337. If you can do that, you will be a good major leaguer if you have a good approach at the plate. And Spencer Horwitz is showing that he is definitely a guy that has a good approach.
We'll see if the Blue Jays can build on that as Vladimir Guerrero Jr. comes up. First pitch, a strike from McCacken. Second one way high on a fastball that was headed for the head of home plate umpire Gabe Morales. Nice snag there by Bo Naylor. Count now sits at 1-1. And almost the same pitch on the third one. Another one way high, heading towards the umpire. It's now a 2-1 count. The 2-1 from McCacken to Vladdy. Tried to come inside, and Vladdy liked it. Took a cut at it and fouled it off. Would have been ball 3, but Vladdy went after it. A 2-run shot in the first inning gave Toronto an early 2-0 lead. Vladdy launched that one, but it's in the rearview mirror now with the Blue Jays trailing 6-4. And he reached out to stay alive on that one. The sweeper from McCacken. And Vladdy got a piece of it to foul it off down the right side. Guardians up 6-4 in this 5th inning. And again, the long ball has been on full display this afternoon from both teams, as it was yesterday. 7 home runs in yesterday's ball game, and we'll get the full count of today's game in a couple of moments. That's not a home run, but it's a base hit to left field as Vladdy launches it past Rocchio at short and into left field. And Guerrero aboard with none down here in the 5th.
Well, another good swing from Vlad. He's seeing the ball well today. Fouls off a tough slider from McCacken on the previous pitch, and then gets a fastball on the inner third down around the knees, and he absolutely smokes it over the shortstop into left field.
That brings up Justin Turner, DHing this afternoon. And the first pitch from McCacken outside. No good on the sweeper. Turner, this is his 3rd at-bat. He has walked in each of his previous 2 at-bats in the ballgame. Batting .235 on the season. He looks at the second pitch down low, way out of the zone. And now a 2-0 count. Justin Turner staring down McCacken. The pitch came way inside, and Turner had to quickly twist out of the way. A 3-0 count.
This is a big pitch right here for Justin Turner. Nobody out. A guy already on first base. Blue Jays down by 2 runs.
McCacken gets the sign from Naylor, comes back and went a little bit high and a little bit inside. Might have caught the edge of the zone, but didn't get the call, and Justin Turner gets his 3rd walk of the game. And the Blue Jays now starting to put something together. 2 on, none out, with a run in already. Certainly what the doctor ordered after the Blue Jays fell down 6-3.
And now you have a decision to be made. You have George Springer coming to the plate. You have runners on first and second, nobody out. George Springer has a hit already in this ball game. Do you sack bunt and move the runners up, or do you let George Springer swing away, potentially score a run, potentially strike out? There's a lot of things that John Schneider has to consider right now, especially because George Springer has a hit in this ball game.
All right, so let's pretend that I said that because the person that should be answering that statement or question is the guy that played in the majors. So what would you do?
I've always loved small ball. You look at George Springer's sample size this season. It's a huge sample size. He's hitting 194. I sack bunt all day long.
Let's see what they do. Springer, he's not bunting. He's swinging. And he sends one to right field, camping underneath it. Making the grab was Rodriguez, but it was deep enough to allow Vladdy to tag and get to third.
And the only thing I look at now is
the double play ball is set up, right?
Double play ball is still in play. Yeah. Justin Turner is still at first base, and you could have guys at second and third and only one out, and you have guys at first and third. That's the only thing that I'm thinking of right now if I'm John Schneider.
Well, hopefully Addison Barger can avoid that. Does not want to hit into the double play. He has struck out twice in this ball game. Would love to get his first hit of this game. First pitch, a sweeper, found its way straight into the zone, and a first strike from McCacken. The 0-1 count to Barger, batting 189 on the season. Again, as I just mentioned, 0 for 2 today. McCacken with the pitch outside, way outside. It's 1-1. Looking like a beautiful day in Cleveland right now. Bright blue skies after the 40-minute rain delay. And Barger just sent one to right field, and it bounced right in front of Rodriguez. That was a hot shot. And it's a line drive single for Addison Barger, which cashes in Vladimir Guerrero, and the Jays have cut it to 6-5.
This injury report is brought to you by Bergmanis Pereira Personal Injury Lawyers. If life has thrown you a curveball and you're striking out with your insurance company, Get ahead of the count and call Bergmanis Pereira Personal Injury Lawyers. You focus on getting better, and Bergmanis Pereira will take care of the rest. Visit bplawyers.ca. Do you have one for me?
I do have one. It's a very brief one. But it actually talks about the opposition a little bit. As we talked earlier about David Fry being in this ballgame, the starter today for the Guardians. He came out, and it's some elbow soreness that chased him from the ballgame. And hence the reason that we've got Bo Naylor behind the plate now for the Guardians. He didn't start the game, but he came in relief in the third inning. But I think you've got something for us from a Blue Jays perspective, as Danny Jansen has gone ahead in the count 2-0, and now 2-1 as McCacken comes back inside with a sweeper that caught the inside edge.
Well, I just wanted to talk a little bit about Dalton Varsho, who left yesterday's game with a back injury. He's not in the lineup today, but both manager John Schneider and GM Ross Atkins said that Varsho was doing better and could potentially be available off the bench later in the game, depending on how his back felt during the ballgame.
Well, we'll see if he is needed, that left-handed bat of Dalton Varsho. One of the best, if not the best, fielders in baseball, outfielders, getting a rest today, and the Blue Jays have been fine without him. They've played pretty darn well in the outfield, especially when you think of George Springer going back to the second inning and the diving stab that he made. Springer moments ago was able to get the sac fly and move up Vladimir Guerrero to third base. Vladdy ended up scoring on the Horwitz line drive single. And now the Jays have first and second. Turner at second. Barger at first. It was Horwitz who homered earlier. And now Jansen trying to move the runners around. The 2-2 pitch came inside to Jansen, and now 3-2. With only one out here in the fifth inning, the Jays are looking to do more damage, trailing by only one, 6-5 Guardians. The 3-2 to Jansen. And he sent it straight up behind the plate. It looks like it's going to stay in the yard, or will it? Yes. Right against the net. Mere inches from going into the stands, it came back down in play, and a tough and impressive play made by Bo Naylor.
Yeah, that was a great play by Bo Naylor. He had both hands on that backstop and then pushed away and made the catch. We talked about yesterday, he's not having a great offensive season, but behind the plate, he's one of the best.
So now 2 down with Davis Schneider coming up. McCacken outside, first pitch, no good on the sinker. 1-0 count to Schneider. Schneider 0 for 1 in the ballgame, walked in his first at-bat, and grounded out to third in his second at-bat. That pitch from McCacken comes inside a little bit high as well, and now a 2-0 count. Barger's on first. Turner at second. Blue Jays trailing by 1. They have scored 2 in this inning. The 2-0. McCacken to Schneider. And he got it right in the bottom of that zone. The sweeper is good. A 2-1 count. McCacken gets the sign from Bo Naylor. The pitch inside again and high again. A 3-1 count. And a chance maybe for Schneider to get on with a walk and load up the bases for the number 9 hitter, Kevin Kiermaier. McCacken gets the sign. He comes set. Looks out at Turner at second. The pitch inside again, way inside. And Schneider gets the pass, and indeed the bases are juiced.
It's a big AB for Kevin Kiermaier. 2 outs, bases loaded. Blue Jays only down by 1 run right now.
The tough thing is, not to be negative, I hope he proves me wrong and goes and does some damage. Kevin Kiermaier with 2 strikeouts today, and as you talked about in his last at-bat, he's had at least 3 really uncomfortable-looking swings. Hopefully that's not the case right here against McCacken. First pitch swinging, and it looked pretty good off the bat, but it's going to be an out, as it was kind of a sinking liner that was hit all but right to Jonathan Rodriguez, who makes the catch and ends the inning. But the Jays do get 2, and they cut the lead from 6-3 to 6-5. We'll continue with more Blue Jays baseball in a moment. Brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Copa America is underway, and you can hear all the top soccer stars from North and South America in action on Sirius XM. The U.S. men's national team goes toe-to-toe with elite competition, including Brazil and defending champion Argentina.
It's Messi! It's always him!
Hear every Copa America match, plus expert analysis, all tournament long on Fox Sports 83 and Sirius XM FC 157, or listen anytime on the Sirius XM app.
You love listening to baseball. You love talking about baseball. You love yelling at your buddies about baseball because they love baseball, and so do we. That's why SiriusXM has the only channel on the radio dedicated to baseball 24/7. It's MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89. News, opinions, passionate baseball talk from former players and GMs, plus interviews with players, managers, and executives, and much, much, much more. If you can hear me right now, you've got MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
The most important person in sports is you, the fan.
Let me tell you something. I'm a real fan.
And your place for sports talk is Mad Dog Sports Radio, where your voice is heard all day long.
I couldn't wait to get into the truck, turn on 82.
Sharing the thrill of victory.
The joy, the jubilation. I can't stop smiling.
And the agony of defeat.
When is this franchise going to realize people really care about this?
Passionate sports fans call 888 Mad Dog 6.
You gotta love sports.
Mad Dog Sports Radio, Channel 82, or anytime on the Sirius XM app.
24/7, 365 coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on Sirius XM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
Radio Network.
Chris LaRue and Eric Smith with you. Guardians with 10 hits today, leading the Blue Jays 6-5. And we are only in the 5th inning. We had a 40-minute rain delay, game that started at 1:40 Eastern time. We're about 2.5 hours in right now, again, factoring in the 40-minute rain delay. The Jays just scored 2 runs in the top half of the 5th to cut the lead from 6-3 to 6-5. The Guardians will hope to add a few more right here, or at least add a little more. They'll have to do so against Trevor Richards, who's now into the ballgame for the Jays. And Richards has fallen behind with 2 straight balls, just missed on a fastball high. It's now 2-0 to Daniel Schneemann. Schneemann at second today, 1 for 2. The lefty batter swings at the next pitch, sends it out to short. Grabbed off a couple of hops by IKF. An errant throw to first, though. He had plenty of time, and he just botched it. Vladdy tried to come off the bag and slap the tag on Schneemann, and it looks like he missed him, and he is called safe. Schneemann at first.
Well, Vladdy immediately looked into the dugout. I don't know if he thinks he got him or not. He's shaking his head right now, but it was a nice attempt from Vlad, jumping, trying to swipe Schneemann running by, and looking at that replay, he definitely didn't get him on the back. It's a big leadoff runner for this Guardians team.
Tough break there for Richards, who comes into the ballgame and thought he retired the first batter, and now instead he's got to deal with a runner on base. Brings up Jonathan Rodriguez, batting 111 on the season. No homers, 5 runs batted in. He walked earlier in the ballgame. In fact, in his last at bat. Even in the count at 1-1. Schneemann with the lead at first. Rodriguez stands in, staring down Richards. The pitch from Richards got him with a changeup. Nasty looking pitch there. It's 1-2.
Jonathan Rodriguez with the wild swing on that good Trevor Richards changeup.
Richards gets the sign from Jansen, nods his head in approval. The pitch, and a great block by Danny Jansen. got down there butterfly style and blocked that thing. It's 2-2.
He's been good today.
Yeah, he has. He's been banged up, too. Richards, again, the nod of approval. Stares down Rodriguez. The pitch. And tried to come in with the changeup again. Rodriguez got a piece of it. We'll do it again at 2-2. Richards, the kick, the delivery, fastball down Main Street, got him. Rodriguez frozen, and he strikes out looking.
Yeah, Jonathan Rodriguez was absolutely frozen on that pitch. He really had no clue what was coming on that last strike there, and he just watches a fastball go right down the middle for strike 3.
And coming up to the plate and swinging at the first pitch was Rocchio, who sends a liner out to center, and charging after it, making the grab on a nice play was Kevin Kiermaier. And quickly now 2 down for the Guardians.
Yeah, Kevin Kiermaier catches that baseball, and he thought for a split second to throw to first base and try to get Schneemann, but Schneemann hustling back to first base. No throw from Kevin Kiermaier.
Angel Martinez now steps up. In his last at bat, he had his first at bat of this game, he had his first career hit. Last at bat, he grounded out. But a career day in a sense with that career first. His first game was yesterday, his first hit today. 1 for 2 in the ball game, and looking to get things started now for the Guardians with 2 out and a man on. They do have the 6-5 lead. They'd love a little more insurance though. Richards trying to prevent that. The pitch down Main Street, sent out to second, picked up by Horwitz on the grass, throws to first, and making the grab was Vladdy. So the Blue Jays do indeed get out of it unscathed. We will head to the 6th with Toronto trailing by 1. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Not tomorrow, not someday. The home improvements begin today. It's game on with Timber Mart. Build that deck, raise that fence, landscape till your property is beautiful. Don't pay for 12 months on the Timber Mart deferred payment program. Your locally owned, completely Canadian hub of building and renovation expertise. Get your Timber Mart credit card at participating locations and pay later. 12 months later. Conditions apply. Ask in store for details or apply at timbermart.ca.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
The hardest work should lead to the best quality of life. If you're a skilled trades worker, you might not be feeling that way right now. But in Alberta, skilled trades workers can earn more, save more, and live more with better wages and a lower cost of living. Visit albertaiscalling.ca to learn more about the $5,000 moving bonus for the first 2,000 skilled trades workers who move to Alberta, stay for a year, and successfully apply. A message from the Government of Alberta.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Vladdy with a huge stretch for the double play.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Getting set to start the 6th inning. Chris LaRue, Eric Smith with you on a Sunday afternoon. And the leadoff man for the Jays starts off this inning, the 6th, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. And the first pitch from McCacken in for a strike. The sinker was good on that outside edge. 0 for 3 today, IKF, batting .277 on the season. Second pitch, no good. Sweeper. Swept right on through the strike zone. Outside, it's 1-1. McCacken, they're looking to go high on IKF. Maybe not as high as they wanted, but it didn't matter as Isaiah Kiner-Falefa fouls it off down the third base side into the net, and now behind in the count 1-2.
This is Darren McCacken's second game in 2024, so you know that heart rate is up. You know the game is going to speed up on him if you get some runners on.
And that one down in the dirt a little bit. A 2-2 count as he missed on the changeup. Kiner-Falefa with a 7-game hit streak, batting over .400 during that span. He would love to get a hit to extend it to 8. As I said, he's 0 for 3 today. Well, he just dribbled one out to third, and that handcuffed Martinez. It took a big bounce at the last second. It went off the heel of Angel's glove and into left field. So IKF is on to start this 6th inning.
Yeah, now you get the leadoff guy on. There's nobody out. It's a one-run ball game. This is a guy that doesn't have much big league experience. So you know that heart rate is starting to speed up. And if you can get something going here, he'll start to leave some balls over the middle of the plate, make some bad pitches, and then you can really start to do some damage.
And now IKF with the lead at first. Spencer Horwitz steps up, first pitch swinging. He pops it up to third base. Martinez underneath it, makes the grab, and there's one down. Tough break for Horwitz with home runs in each of his last 2 at-bats. And he just blooped that one up over to third. And IKF obviously stuck at first, and there's one down.
Yeah, he was a little bit antsy right there. A good fastball up at the hands. Can't really do much with that pitch. Spencer Horwitz just pops it up to third base. But now you have to think about IKF trying to get to second base with one out here in this 6th inning.
And Vladdy's at the plate now. Guerrero Jr. with a big home run earlier in the ball game. In the first inning, a 2-run shot, and it was a big one. One of 3 home runs on the afternoon for the Blue Jays as a team. They had 3 yesterday as well. But much like yesterday, the end result at least, the Blue Jays currently trailing 6-5. First pitch to Guerrero, no good. It was a sweeper, ball 1. It's 1-0. McCacken getting set with pitch number 2 inside as well. On a changeup, it's 2-0.
And if I'm Vlad, I am geared up for this pitch right here. 2-0 count, a guy that's been struggling to throw strikes. He's probably going to throw something over the heart of the plate. Be ready for it here.
And it came a little bit inside, or a lot inside. Either way, the sinker no good. The ball, a 3rd straight to Vladdy. And now a chance to get on with the walk. Unless he can crush one right here on the 3-0 pitch.
Yeah, he still has the green light here. He's still ready to swing.
McCacken. And Vladdy was taken, or at least he was seeing it going inside, and he was taking, but it caught that inside edge. So it's a strike on the sweeper. It's now 3-1. McCacken gets the sign from Naylor. The pitch. And Vladdy hammers one to left field, but it's on a rope and taken with relative ease out there by Stephen Kwan, as it was all but right at him.
Yeah, I think Vlad was just a little bit out in front of that slider there from McCacken. Got it off the end of the bat just a little bit. If he waited back a hair, Blue Jays would have been up 7-6, but instead, Stephen Kwan makes an easy catch out in left field.
So that brings up Justin Turner. Mr. Walk today. 3 at-bats, 3 walks. Turner with a man on first. That was Kiner-Falefa, who led off the inning with a single, extending his hit streak to 8 games. He's been stuck there at first since, though, as Horwitz popped out and Vladdy just lined out moments ago. The 1-0 pitch is good for a strike on the sinker at 89. It's now 1-1. McCacken looks over at first for a second. Now stares at Naylor. And then he whips it over to first. And they pick off IKF. Second straight day that a Cleveland pitcher has picked off a Blue Jay base runner. It was Horwitz yesterday. It's IKF today. And the Guardians get out of the inning, still leading 6-5 going to the bottom of the sixth. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
We are thrilled to be in Miami, Florida.
Taking a break from his blockbuster summer tour,
Play my guitar in the Caribbean.
Kenny performs a special live acoustic set.
Can we all get along?
Exclusively to SiriusXM subscribers.
When the sun goes down.
Kenny Chesney, the South Beach Sessions.
What a beautiful place to play music.
Replays all week
on No Shoes Radio,
Channel 59, and on the SiriusXM app.
Wake up! Wake up, everybody! This is Steve Phillips from the leadoff spot on MLB Network Radio. Join me and former Major League Baseball players Eduardo Perez and Xavier Scruggs as we react to all the latest news and scores across baseball and have plenty of fun along the way.
Steve, you were so right about that.
I don't know if anybody else thinks we're funny, but I think we're funny.
Why are you putting us or we into this?
The leadoff spot, weekdays at 7 a.m. Eastern on MLB Network Radio, Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
While you're listening to this game on SiriusXM, we're talking about the latest odds and prop bets for this and every game on Sports Grid Radio.
The under's minus 125. Heavy juice to the under.
Every home run hit and every strikeout thrown can change the line.
I can't for the life of me figure out how you can favor a team that never wins, ever.
If you're looking for sports talk centered around the latest odds and prop bets for games, races, tournaments, or any sporting event, Sports Grid Radio, SiriusXM, Channel 159.
Hey, baseball fans, the 2024 NBA Draft begins on June 26th, and NBA Radio is your home for all the action. Hear every pick on NBA Radio, Channel 86, and the all-new SiriusXM app.
Welcome back. Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you. Bottom of the sixth. And the leadoff man, Stephen Kwan, will get things started here for the Guardians. Trevor Richards, who you just heard from in our promo, still on the mound for the Jays. Looked pretty good last inning. And trying to deal now to Kwan, batting .389 on the season. He's 1 for 3 today with a solo shot in his last at-bat back in the fourth inning. Down on the count 1-0, and then quickly coming back with a strike is Richards as he painted that outside corner with a fastball at 91. It's 1-1. The pitch inside, and Kwan turns on it, rips it to right field. And making a heck of a grab out there was some fan barehanded with one hand, but it was just foul. It kept carrying, and Richards escapes that one as Kwan absolutely uncorked on it again. The 1-2 pitch, dribbles it to first, picked up by Vladdy. He'll keep it himself and step on the bag.
That was a pretty loud cheer for that shirtless guy that made that barehanded catch.
I think if you catch a rocket like that barehanded, that deserves a
bare chested.
Oh, is that what did it?
I think it was the guy had no shirt on. He caught it barehanded. That's probably part of the reason why he got that big applause.
That's probably fair. That's probably fair. Tarps off in Cleveland out in the field, I guess. 6-5, Guardians lead. One out here as Kwan just grounded out seconds ago, which brings Tyler Freeman to the plate, the right-handed hitting center fielder. And that time, same pitch, different result as that changeup falls into the zone for Richards. That was nasty. Coming back to pull even at 1-1. Freeman today 0 for 3. Swings at the next pitch inside. He got handcuffed, fouled it off. And now Richards ahead in the count, 1-2. The 1-2 pitch, and he popped it up into the infield, sliding over to make the grab quickly on the grass. And I don't mean literally sliding, I mean scurrying over, slipping over. Barger makes the easy catch, and there's 2 down. The out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by the St. Louis Bar and Grill. Let's take a look at least a couple of games that could involve the Jays, at least their divisional opponents. Bottom of the 8th, Houston leading Baltimore 8-1. Boston on top of Cincinnati, though, 7-4. That one in the top of the 9th.
Did you see that Rangers game? Rangers are beating the Royals 4-0, but most impressive is Max Scherzer has thrown 5 innings, only 1 hit.
His season debut.
Yes, sir.
Jose Ramirez at the dish now.
Well, I don't know if you saw his minor league rehab highlights, but he was pretty nasty.
It wouldn't surprise me. I mean, I know he's getting up there in age, but it is Max Scherzer. 1-1 now to Ramirez. Oh, diving catch made at second base by Horwitz on the bounce, throws to first, and what a grab from Spencer Horwitz to take one away from Jose Ramirez. A beautiful grab, fully sprawled out, and then making the throw to first from his knees. The Blue Jays shut down the Guardians, and we head to the 7th with Cleveland still leading 6-5. It's Blue Jays baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle.
Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Bring it in, Canada. When it comes to small business, Desjardins is a big fan. And not just the hop-on-the-bandwagon fan. We're the in-it-for-the-long-haul fan. The fan that's been there from the start. That's why Desjardins awarded 150 entrepreneurs with Good Spark grants worth $20,000 each. Because like any fan, there's nothing we love more than celebrating the goal!
See how Desjardins is cheering on small business at goodsparkgrants.ca.
We're 2 men and a truck. So, you're moving to a new home, and all that's left to do is to call a mover you know you can trust. Well, naturally, you think 2 men and a truck, since you know they have lots of men and lots of trucks. They'll wrap, pack, and move everything you own. With a 96% referral rating and the professionalism you can trust, the choice is simple. For a free in-home estimate, call today. We're 2 men and a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
First pitch swinging, Danny Jansen rocks the ball to left. It's gone!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back. Bottom, check that top of the 7th. Even better if it was the bottom half or something, if the Jays could put a couple of runs on the board and put the pressure on the Guardians. But they lead right now, Cleveland does, 6-5 as Justin Turner starts off this 7th inning. Sam Hentges into the ballgame. We saw him yesterday as well. And a first pitch is a strike on the fastball from Hentges. Turner down on the count, 0-1. Second pitch, also a fastball, also a strike, and it's quickly 0-2. Hentges, the tall left-hander, with the pitch, came inside. And it's now 1-2.
Yeah, Sam Hentges is a big boy, 6'6", 245 pounds. Out of Shoreview, Minnesota, but he's got some good stuff.
Hentges again came inside. This one was fouled off by Turner down the third base side. We'll do it again at 1-2. Hentges, 6'6". One of us can relate to that. The other can't. The pitch down in the dirt. Nice block there by Naylor, and a good job of patience from Turner to not chase after that curveball.
So Sam Hentges, 6'6", 245. Tristan McKenzie, the starter today for the Guardians, 6'5", 165.
I thought you were going to let me guess. I would have probably said 175. Yeah, he is a skinny dude to say the least. Hentges just missed on another one. That one too low in the zone. The fastball at 96 was down towards the dirt. And now Turner has battled back from down 0-2 to pull even, or check that, pull even ahead at 3-2, full count. Hentges, the pitch. And Turner fouls it off down the right field side as the at-bat continues. And this is Cabrera warming up in the Blue Jay bullpen, as the lefty might be coming in the bottom half of this inning. Trevor Richards went 2 innings and looked pretty good. Justin Turner just sent one out to right field, and it's going to drop in front of Rodriguez. Jonathan Rodriguez, the right fielder. I don't know if he had a play on that or not, but he kind of seemed to just hold back and allow that thing to drop in front, and Turner is aboard.
Well, I think that's the smart play. Jonathan Rodriguez knows that if that ball gets by him, Turner is going to end up at second base, maybe third base, probably second base with his speed, but you don't want that leadoff guy to get to second base or third base, especially in this close ball game.
George Springer comes to the plate now, and a big cut on the first pitch, misses that curveball. Strike 1 to Springer. Seventh inning. Blue Jays down 6-5. Man on, none out. And Springer tried to rip one down the third base line, but it goes into the netting. That's what he did earlier in the ballgame, Springer, when he had a double. He sent one straight down the third base line and into the left field corner. Now Springer down on the count 0-2. This is where Turner was, but he battled back to eventually get on base with a single. And Springer just got underneath one, sends it to deep center field. Back on the track and making the grab is Freeman. Right in front of that 400 sign painted on the wall, as Springer sent it probably about 392 feet.
Well, I thought for a split second that George Springer got that. And I think that he thought the same thing. He watched it for a split second coming out of that box, but a good swing on a good pitch, but he hits it to the deepest part of the ballpark out there in center field. Tyler Freeman gets it and throws it back into second base.
Now Ernie Clement comes into the ball game, pinch hitting for Addison Barger, trying to get that righty bat in there against the lefty Hentges. And Hentges with the first pitch, the sinker, got Clement swinging and missing. Strike 1. So Barger's day is done after a 1-for-3 day, as Clement will take over at third base. The next pitch, the curveball in the dirt, and a nice block from Naylor to keep it in front and keep Turner at first. Clement in his career as a pinch hitter batting .391. See if he can do more damage right here. Swings at that curveball, got a piece of it, fouled it off, and now down in the count 1-2.
Well, there's a huge hole on the right side of the infield. Daniel Schneemann is shaded towards second base, and Josh Naylor is holding on Justin Turner at first base. I'd love for him to try to shoot that hole over there.
The 1-2 pitch from Hentges. And Clement again fouls it off down the third base side toward the dugout area. Clement steps back into the box. Hentges gets the sign. Comes set. The leg kick and the delivery. And Clement knocks it over to second. It should be a double play. The flip to short and over to first. And it is indeed a double play for the Guardians. Rocchio got the flip and whipped it on over to Naylor at first to sit down the Blue Jays. And that will do it here in the 7th inning. We'll continue with the bottom of the 7th in mere moments. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
We're 2 men in a truck, the movers who care. You never know when cardiac arrest can happen. That's why each and every one of our trucks carries a life-saving Mikey defibrillator as part of our Mikey on Board program. Whether we're on the highway or in front of your house, we're prepared to help anyone whose heart may skip a beat. The Mikey Network has saved many lives, making Mikeys accessible to the public. And now they're on board our trucks. We're 2 men in a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
The hardest work should lead to the best quality of life. If you're a skilled trades worker, you might not be feeling that way right now. But in Alberta, skilled trades workers can earn more, save more, and live more with better wages and a lower cost of living. Visit albertaiscalling.ca to learn more about the $5,000 moving bonus for the first 2,000 skilled trades workers who move to Alberta, stay for a year, and successfully apply. A message from the Government of Alberta.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Kiermaier going back to the wall. He leaps and he made the catch!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Blue Jays Baseball. Show Ali with you at Baseball Control. Jays trail the Guardians 6-5 as we head to the bottom of the seventh inning at Progressive Field in Cleveland, Ohio. Don't forget, we do have Jays Talk today. Jesse Rubinoff is here at Baseball Control with me. He and I have the post-game show. We'll take your calls and texts. 590-590. Name and location is where you can text us. You guys know the drill. The People's Text line is always open. Quick check of the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. The Boston Red Sox just wrapping up a 7-4 win over the Reds in Cincinnati. The Texas Rangers, top of the ninth inning, are up 4-0 over the Royals. The Brewers up 5-0 against the Padres. This game's still in a delay, but the Twins-A's game, bottom of the first inning, zeros there, but that game's still in a delay. Some finals as well. The Tigers beating the White Sox 11-2. And a couple of finals for the AL East. The Yankees losing 3-1 to the Yankees. They have now lost 3 straight series. And the Astros beating up the Orioles. They win 8-1 at Minute Maid Park. Blue Jays Baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Jays trail the Guardians 6-5 as we head to the bottom of the 7th at Progressive Field in Cleveland. Here's Eric Smith and Chris LaRue.
All right, thanks very much, Show. Every time I hear Show talk about the People's Text line, I feel like, just for whatever reason in my brain, I hear like the People's Champ. Like Muhammad Ali, or I guess the Rock was officially given that title now, the People's Champ. But does that make Show like the People's Champ with the People's Text line?
Maybe he's a WWE fan. We don't know.
Man of the people. Indeed. Make sure you get on that text line for Show and Jesse after the ball game, and hopefully it's a chance to talk about a Blue Jay victory as they have lost 5 straight and looking to avoid making it 6 today. They trail those 6-5 right now as the Guardians are still holding on to the lead. And the first pitch from Yenesis Cabrera to Josh Naylor. Naylor was looking to send it out onto the streets of Cleveland. He took a huge cut to the point where he pretty much fell down and had his helmet come off his head. Jansen setting up outside now. Cabrera goes low in the zone with the pitch. Got it on the cutter, though, and a quick 0-2 count to Naylor.
Another big swing from Josh Naylor. Like I said earlier, he rarely gets cheated when he swings at any pitch, even with 2 strikes, really.
The 0-2 from Cabrera, the lefty reliever for the Jays. And Naylor had it go off the end of the bat. He pops it up over to third. Clement camps underneath it, makes the grab, and there's 1 down. Eric Smith and Chris LaRue in the Timbermart broadcast booth. 7th inning action with the Blue Jays trailing by 1. And Bo Naylor comes to the plate. Remember, he came in this ball game for David Fry, who left with some soreness in his arm. I believe his throwing arm. Cabrera misses on the first pitch. The cutter no good, down low. And a 1-0 count. Bo Naylor 0 for 1 in the ball game. Walked and scored back in the 3rd. And this one he rips to right field. Hammered that one. It's going to take 1 hop off the wall toward the corner. Springer tracks it down. He'll throw it in. And it's a stand-up double for Bo Naylor.
Well, that was a fastball that was supposed to be on the outside part of the plate, but it runs back over the middle, and Bo Naylor just drilled it into the corner in right field. That's a pretty swing right there. Tough matchup, too. Left on left, a hard-throwing lefty.
That brings up Daniel Schneemann. You mentioned left on left. Well, it's going to be another one right now. Schneemann, the left-handed hitting second baseman. And we saw one go out of the yard yesterday from Schneemann. I mentioned earlier in the ball game, 2 home runs in his career, both against the Blue Jays. Fouls off the first pitch on a curveball from Cabrera. And an 0-1 count. Swing and a miss on the second pitch. The cutter got him, and an 0-2 count now. Cabrera gets the sign, delivers down in the dirt, and another nice block from Danny Jansen. He's been busy, and he's been effective throughout the day.
Yeah, I mean, he's been incredible today blocking the baseball. That's a big run out at second base. The Blue Jays definitely don't want to go down by 2 runs.
Cabrera looks out at second. The Bo Naylor, the 1-2 pitch. That one low, missing on that cutter. It's now 2-2. 1 out here in the bottom of the 7th. Cabrera gets the sign from Jansen. Delivers and gets the strikeout. The cutter caught the bottom edge of the corner, and I'll tell you, he also delivered that pitch just as the pitch clock was hitting 0. A big strikeout from Cabrera, and there's now 2 down.
Yeah, that was a beautiful pitch. Schneemann just swings over the top of that cutter slider from Cabrera. Cabrera with a double fist pump after that strikeout. He knows it's a big strikeout.
And now trying to get out of the inning. First pitch to Jonathan Rodriguez. A wild swing and a miss. Batting just 107 on the season. And he's trying to extend the inning and maybe cash in a run as Bo Naylor is out at second after his stand-up double. He's been stuck out there. 2 down, bottom 7. Cleveland still leading, though, 6-5. Coming up for the Blue Jays in the 8th inning, barring any changes, of course, Danny Jansen, Davis Schneider, and Kevin Kiermaier. The count sits at 1-1 to Rodriguez. The pitch. Down low in the dirt, and another nice save from Danny Jansen.
You think you will see Dalton Varsho in place of Kevin Kiermaier? They did say he's available. I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
That's not a bad guess. And not a bad idea.
If he's healthy, of course.
I would say if there's somebody on base. But if the bases are empty, then no. But we'll see. The 2-1 pitch from Cabrera.
Looks like a balk. I don't know what Cabrera did. Cabrera had both of his hands up in the air. I think he's worried or wondering what he did as well. I'll have to see a slow motion replay. I truly have no idea what he did. Maybe he didn't come to a complete stop before delivering that pitch. That's probably it.
And now the 2-1 pitch. Check that 3-1 pitch. No, 2-1 pitch. I thought it was 2-1. I was reacting to Rodriguez, who turned around, tossed his bat. He thought it was 3-1, and that screwed me up. I'm like, no, hold on a second. I know the count. It's 2-1. Now it's 3-1. Rodriguez, though, is going to have to step back in.
Well, it's because Yenesis Cabrera threw that ball when he balked, and that doesn't count.
Plus, Rodriguez just isn't used to getting on base. He was taking advantage if he could. Now he's going to get there. That's ball 4, as Cabrera missed way high on a fastball. And Cleveland has runners on the corners with 2 down. So Brian Rocchio comes up to the plate. Will Brennan comes in as a pinch runner for Jonathan Rodriguez. We saw Brennan play well yesterday for the Guardians, and I'm sure he'll take over in right field as well. No need for any other movement, but we'll make that official when we get to the top half of the 8th. Right now, bottom 7, runners on the corners. 6-5 lead for Cleveland. And Rocchio, first pitch swinging, dribbles it out in front of the mound, picked up by Cabrera, throws to first to get the out and get the Jays out of the inning. We head to the 8th. Jays down by 1. Blue Jays baseball brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The NASCAR Cup Series is on Sirius XM. We're back on the track Sunday,
2:30 p.m. Eastern.
It's the Ally 400 from Nashville Superspeedway.
Checker flag, baby. Yeah.
On Sirius XM NASCAR Radio Channel 90 in the car and on the all-new Sirius XM app. Oh, yeah. Get closer to everything that moves you.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. The one that's listening to the Blue Jays baseball game with us. Please check and see if you've subscribed. If you haven't yet, please help us. Let's make this sub counter go crazy. Make this sub counter go up, and let's bring more people into this awesome Toronto sports community. Thanks for being here during this Blue Jays game. If you're a Blue Jays fan, we're going to pick it. We're going to pick it up. We're going to turn it around this season. Let's go Blue Jays, and everybody else that's here, welcome. Good luck to your team, but God, our Jays need some wins. Back to the baseball. Cheers, everybody.
Museum and host of the Sirius XM original podcast, Black Diamonds. Hear stories about the legends of the Negro Leagues and conversations with the all-time greats they've influenced, like 5-time World Series champion Derek Jeter.
I don't care what race you are. You need to know your past. This is U.S. history. It's not just baseball history.
Hear over 70 episodes of the award-winning Black Diamonds podcast, available now on the Sirius XM app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The Blue Jays are in flight, leading 3-0.
Blue Jays fans, this is Ross Atkins, and you're listening to Blue Jays Baseball on Sirius XM.
We get set to start the 8th inning. Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you from the Timber Mart broadcast booth as the Blue Jays continue to try and make the comeback here. They were down 6-3. They've cut it to 6-5. Danny Jansen to start things off here in the 8th inning. Hench is still in the ball game and goes with a fastball in the first pitch that was a little bit high but caught the top edge corner, and it's a strike to Danny Jansen. 0-1 pitch. And to go from a 94 fastball to an 80 curveball and Jansen swing and a miss, that is nasty.
Yeah, big difference in velocity there.
Henches comes set, the 0-2 pitch. Jansen held off of that one. The curveball down in the dirt, 1-2.
The Blue Jays better tie this ball game up in this inning because it'll be tough to get a run against Emmanuel Clase. He's given up just 2 earned runs in his last 29 in the 3rd innings.
Well, Jansen just got underneath one, but not enough. He sends it out high, relatively deep to left field, and then it kind of floats over towards the line. But plenty of room still for Stephen Kwan to camp underneath, make the grab, and there's one down.
Stepping in now for the Blue Jays, number 36, Davis Schneider.
That brings up Davis Schneider. Schneider 0 for 1 in the ball game with a couple of walks. Henches gets the sign, the pitch to Schneider. First pitch swinging, fouls it off down in the dirt. And Schneider leans over to pick it up and toss it over toward the Cleveland dugout. Down in the count, 0-1. And we wondered if we might see Dalton Varsho. Well, in the on-deck circle is Alejandro Kirk.
Well, I didn't imagine that Henches would still be in this ball game. I thought it would be Scott Barlow, who's a right-handed pitcher. Clearly, Dalton Varsho is not going to come in this ball game if a left-handed pitcher is still in this ball game.
Yep. Swing and a miss on the 1-1. High fastball at 96, and Schneider went after it. It's 1-2. Schneider stepped out of the box for a moment, steps back in, gets set. The pitch. And he sends it on a couple of bounces to third, picked up by Martinez. The throw to first, a little off the bag, but still there to make the grab was Naylor, and there's 2 down.
Henches is really tough. That big breaking ball, tight spin, and then he And he throws that 95 to 97 mile-an-hour fastball that almost seems to be a little bit harder because he gets such good extension, has those long arms. He's coming out of this ball game.
He has certainly pitched well. But you're right, he is coming out. The Guardians make the decision to make the move after the Blue Jays sent up Alejandro Kirk, and he was introduced. We'll clean it all up in terms of the bullpen and the situation with 2 down in the 8th after we hear from Show Ali in Baseball Control.
Thank you very much, Eric. Welcome back inside Baseball Control. Before we check out that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, don't forget, another reminder that we have Jace Talk after this game. Jesse Rubinoff and I will have the post-game show. We'll take your calls and texts. 590-590, name and locations where you can text us. The People's Text Line, which is based in the WWE, is always open. Let's check the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. If you missed these transactions from earlier, the Blue Jays acquiring righty reliever Jose Cuas off waivers from the Cubs. He was immediately optioned to AAA Buffalo. Elsewhere in Major League Baseball, the New York Yankees and Oakland Athletics completing a trade, a smaller one. The Yankees acquiring infielder J.D. Davis and cash considerations from the A's for Jordan Groshans, who you might remember. Davis was DFA'd on June 18th, so the A's looking for a trade partner there. Yankees.
Hey, Insiders, thanks for joining us for another Toronto Blue Jays game. Please make sure you've hit that like button down below. Click out of the chat for a second, hit that like button, and help this stream grow and get more Blue Jays fans here to hang out with us live during the game. This community is absolutely insane. It has grown like crazy, and I know that it will only continue to grow because of what you guys do as well as what I'm doing. So thank you so much. Please share this out to your friends. Please make sure that like is clicked, and let's get back to the baseball. Let's go Blue Jays. Finish strong.
6th win in 10 starts, the first player to reach 6 wins in a PGA Tour season before July since Arnold Palmer did it in 1962. Let's get you back to the action. Kate Smith on the mound. Here's Eric and Chris.
Thanks very much, Show. And the first pitch from Smith is a fastball high to Alejandro Kirk and a 1-0 count. Cade Smith, the Canadian from BC, comes back with a fastball, good for a strike down Main Street, and now 1-1.
Played his college ball at the University of Hawaii.
That's a good life.
How would you like to do that?
I would love to do that. If I could go back in time. Another fastball in for a strike, and now ahead in the count 1-2. I'll tell you what. Playing at Hawaii would be great, and you would know this as a California guy as well. I think Pepperdine would be outstanding to go to school there as well. Kirk slaps at the 4th pitch, sends it foul down the first base side, and stays alive in this at-bat here in the top of the 8th.
So I love Pepperdine. I love the location, how you can see the Pacific Ocean.
Yep. I feel like there's a butt coming.
But I tore my UCL there. So I have bad memories at Pepperdine.
Sorry, I shouldn't have brought it up. I didn't know that. Sorry, dude.
Yeah, I went from a potential 1st or 2nd round pick to a 7th rounder.
Yeah, I hate that.
Overnight. A beautiful school, though. Don't get me wrong. Right on the PCH. You can see the Pacific Ocean. It's pretty incredible.
The 1-2 pitch again to Kirk is fouled off as Smith tried to come back with that fastball. We saw him yesterday. It's just a heavy diet of fastballs.
Yeah, he's got long arms. Gets that good extension, a lot like Henches.
6'5", 230. Cade Smith. He gets the sign from Naylor. The pitch to Alejandro Kirk is outside down in the dirt on a splitter, and we're even now at 2-2. Top of the order next for the Jays with Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. We'll see if Kirk can get on. 2 down. Jays down by 1 in the game. And Kirk got a piece of that pitch at 2-2, but it's in foul territory towards first base. Camping underneath it, making the grab is Josh Naylor, and that will do it for the Blue Jays. We head to the bottom of the 8th. Cleveland leading 6-5. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Our core values: equality, respect, the pursuit of greatness. Through and through, this is who we are.
Be at the ballpark to experience a proud tradition. Canada Day, Monday, July 1st. The first 15,000 fans will receive a Blue Jays Canadian tuxedo hat giveaway. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
Proud to the core. Canadian to the core. Blue Jays to the core.
Bring it in, Canada. When it comes to small business, Desjardins is a big fan. And not just the hop-on-the-bandwagon fan. We're the in-it-for-the-long-haul fan. The fan that's been there from the start. That's why Desjardins awarded 150 entrepreneurs with Good Spark grants worth $20,000 each. Because like any fan, there's nothing we love more than celebrating a goal!
See how Desjardins is cheering on small business at goodsparkgrants.ca.
Summer is about to sizzle. Wow! City TV has the brand new season of America's Got Talent.
We've never seen anything like this before.
Watch them go for gold.
That was sensational!
We weren't expecting that. On the hunt for the next superstar.
Everything that you think there's no way to top it, this season tops it.
America's Got Talent. All new Tuesdays, 8/7 Central on City TV. Or stream it on City TV Plus.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Swing and a miss, strike three. Jordan Romano saves the game for the Blue Jays.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Getting set to start the bottom half of the 8th inning with the Guardians leading the Blue Jays 6-5. Cleveland with 11 hits today. The Blue Jays with 8. No errors for Cleveland, 2 for the Blue Jays. And of course, as I just mentioned, the biggest thing of all, though, is the scoreboard. Cleveland ahead by 1. They'll see if they can get any more insurance before we go to the 9th inning as Cleveland looks to sweep the Jays. Chad Green now into the ball game for Toronto. The right-handed pitcher comes in with an ERA at 1.72. And the first batter he faces, Angel Martinez, rips a single, a base hit to right field on the first pitch. And that's the second hit of his career.
Pretty good swing right there by the youngster. As he was rounding first base, he actually had his gold chain in his mouth. A little bit of flair right there.
And after Alejandro Kirk took over for Kevin Kiermaier at the plate pinch hitting, Stuart Baroa has taken over now in center field for the Jays. And he was just added to the big club today after the news of Aurelvis Martinez and his 80-game Major League Baseball suspension. So Stuart Baroa out there in center right now. Man on first for the Guardians. None down. And top of the order means Stephen Kwan, and the man chasing 400. Well, he just got another base hit. He sends a single into right field. A 2-for-4 afternoon. And now 2 on with none out in the 8th for the Guardians.
Yeah, that's a big couple runs out there. Like I said, especially with Clase probably coming into this ball game in the 9th inning. But Stephen Kwan with such a quick bat. That fastball was up around the hands. Not many guys can muscle that out there and get a base hit, but Stephen Kwan, one of the best.
Tyler Freeman comes up now 0-for-4 today. A strikeout, a pop-out, couple of lineouts, batting .211 on the season. The right-handed hitting center fielder squares to bunt. He offered at it, and he fouled it off down into the dirt. 0-1.
And you mentioned Stuart Baroa, who was just added to the roster today. Having a pretty good season in AAA. 295, 7 homers, 32 RBIs. The 25-year-old from Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic.
And again, Freeman attempts to bunt, gets the bat on ball, but fouls it off. And now down 0-2.
Yeah, he'll swing away here. He won't be bunting with 2 strikes. But I like the idea. I love small ball.
And now Freeman steps out of the box to take a breather. Guerrero at first is playing at least 3-4 feet onto the grass still. Runners at first and second, none out. And Freeman Lines one, a soft one right at Vladdy at first. Great placement by Guerrero. Makes the grab. Tried to whip it back to second to see if he could get Martinez. He slid back in safely. So both of the runners safe at first and second. But now one down as Jose Ramirez comes to the plate.
Well, surprisingly, Vlad was way in at first base, probably about 10 to 15 feet in front of the cut of grass out there, but maybe expecting a bunt with 2 strikes. It's kind of strange to me.
Ramirez now over on the left side of the plate, and the first pitch from Green comes in on a fastball. It's a strike and an 0-1 count. Blue Jays down 6-5, and they don't want to see Cleveland get anything else on the board. The Guardians are threatening. Big swing and a miss as Green came upstairs, and Ramirez chased that 95-mile-an-hour fastball. It's an 0-2 count. And now Ramirez sends it foul down the first base line. It was close, but foul. And he's kind of swinging his bat down in frustration, knowing he just missed that one.
Well, that was a mislocation. Danny Jansen was actually standing up, trying to elevate that fastball almost neck high to Jose Ramirez. But Chad Green threw it in the strike zone, at the top of that strike zone. A very hittable pitch, especially for Ramirez.
First and second, 1 out, 0-2 count. And now Green turns around and whips one to second as IKF slaps down the tag on Martinez, who dove in. He was well ahead of that tag. Not surprisingly, the fans are booing. They didn't like it. Nobody likes pickoffs.
Or an inside move.
True enough.
I guess that's a pickoff too.
Yep. And the 0-2 fouled off again by Ramirez. It's a 2-for-4 afternoon for Ramirez. He's looking to make it 3-for-5.
Sounds like a soccer game out there.
Yeah, it does. The chants of Jose in the background. Ramirez. As Green, the leg kick, the delivery, they tried to go high, and he went high, but way too high. Jansen was already standing. He had to stand right up and use all of his stretch and length to grab that one. That fastball clocked at 95. It's now a 1-2 count. Martinez at second with the lead. Green tried to come back inside on Ramirez, and he ripped one deep into the stands out in right field.
Such a quick bat. So much power, especially for a little guy.
That could have been. Could have been. Jansen gives the sign. Green stares in. Martinez at second. Ramirez swing and a miss, and a big strikeout for Green. Got him with the 96-mile-an-hour fastball. 2 down.
That was a great pitch from Chad Green. Just enough run at the end of that fastball there to run away from the barrel of Jose Ramirez and blows that 96-mile-an-hour fastball right by him. Great pitch right there.
A 3-for-4 afternoon for Josh Naylor. The average up to 245. And with due respect, I'm not sure how many triples he's hit in his life. Well, it's not going to matter. He dribbles one out to IKF, who is pretty much playing up the middle, and Isaiah Kiner-Falefa grabs the ball, makes the throw to first, and records the out. I was going to say it would have been a triple for the cycle, but it's a moot point now. On to the 9th inning we go. 6-5. The Guardians leading the Jays and trying to sweep Toronto. We'll see if the Blue Jays can dig out of this and maybe come away with a victory. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rest Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The beats that move the culture. SiriusXM celebrates Black Music Month with Black Music Forever, a limited edition channel with hip-hop, R&B hits, and breaking music from Black artists.
Come and slap by 8 p.m.
Black music forever. Throughout the month in the SiriusXM app. SiriusXM.com/BMM for more info.
Hey everyone, it's Brian Geltzeiler from SiriusXM NBA Radio. The NBA draft begins on June 26th, and we're your home for all the action. Hear non-stop coverage on all our shows.
Mark it down. That guy is going to be a star in this league.
Exclusive interviews.
We are now joined by Bronny James.
I just found happiness in what I'm doing right now, and I feel like that's where I want myself to be at.
And every pick on the big night.
With the first pick.
Your home for the 2024 draft is NBA Radio, Channel 86, and the all-new SiriusXM app. Just search NBA Radio.
Every night after the final out, the Round Trip Roundup brings you the scores, highlights, and analysis from every game across Major League Baseball, all in less than 30 minutes.
Swung on and missed, strike three and a no-hitter.
It's the perfect way to get caught up on all the night's biggest home runs and best performances.
And a high drive, deep right center.
It's the Round Trip Roundup on MLB Network Radio every night on SiriusXM Channel 89 and every morning on the SiriusXM app.
Hi, this is Alexa. Did you know you can listen to this game on devices with Amazon Alexa? Download the SiriusXM app. Then tell me to play the Blue Jays on SiriusXM.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back. Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you from the Timbermart broadcast booth. It's the top of the 9th inning, and the Blue Jays need at least one. They would love to get 2, 3, or more. They are down in the game 6-5 to the Guardians. And, Chris, you've talked about it, but the man you don't want to see is on the mound.
Yeah, one of the best. One of the best in any bullpen. He's given up 2 earned runs in his last 29 and a third innings pitched. Doesn't walk many guys either.
Emmanuel Clase, he's out there right now with Kiner Falefa stepping in, top of the order for the Jays, and a first pitch swinging, and he punches it to right field on a long looper, and camping underneath it to make the grab is Will Brennan, and there's quickly one down. This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership or the Sportsnet Radio Network. Spencer Horwitz sees a fastball, a cutter, come in at 100 miles an hour and quickly 0-1. Been a great day for Spencer, 2 for 3 with 2 solo shots, and he's played well, very well, at second base as well. Second pitch, swinging, dribbles a foul ball down the first base side. And Mark Budzinski kind of stops it with his foot and tosses it into the stands. And now Horwitz, down 0-2, heads over to the dugout as he must have heard a little crack in that bat, and he needs some new lumber. Blue Jays with 5 straight losses, got swept by Boston at home, then hit the road for 6. And they lost the first 2 against Cleveland. They were hoping to avoid a 6th straight loss today. And they're unfortunately staring down that barrel right now. The 0-2 pitch fouled off as Horwitz stays alive.
The most uncomfortable thing about facing Clase is, yes, he has that 99, 100-mile-an-hour cutter, but then he can reach back and get 103. We saw him do that in this series already.
Well, that pitch right there was down in the dirt. A slider still at 92. But Horwitz didn't offer at it in any way, shape, or form, and it's now 1-2. Trying to get on base for Vladdy, who's had a solid day as well. Horwitz fouls off another one. The count stays at 1-2.
That is nasty stuff right there. 99 with cut. You don't see that many times in a season, that's for sure.
Horwitz ready for the pitch. 1-2. Inside, no good. The Guardians, and all the fans for that matter, wanted the call, but based on what we were seeing, that was out of the zone, well inside. And the count sits now at 2-2. And again, Horwitz fouls off a ball. Keep fighting here. Staying alive in this at-bat. It'll be pitch number 8 coming up right now. The 2-2 delivery. Fouled off again.
He's just a pro.
I love it. You said it earlier, right?
He's a pro. He knows what he's doing up there.
I'll tell you the other thing. We talked earlier about guys that have scowls on their face all the time. He looks like he's constantly smiling. Like he's just relaxed, to your point. The 2-2 pitch. Fouled off again, this time down the first base side toward the dugout. He sent it to left, he sent it to right, down the third base side, down the first base side. He's just battling.
Well, like I said earlier, you don't hit 335 and 337 2 years in a row at AAA without having some idea at the plate. And he's got a very good idea at the plate.
They're looking to go high. The 2-2 pitch was down in the dirt. Missing on that slider at 94. And Spencer Horwitz has battled back to a full count with Vladdy on deck, who had a 2-run shot in the first inning of this game. Can Horwitz get on? The 3-2 pitch. Fouled off on a cutter at 100 miles an hour. Sends it back over the backstop, over the netting. And we'll do it yet again. A 12th pitch in this at-bat coming right now.
Well, this is a big pitch right here, especially behind 1 run and Vlad on deck.
The 3-2 delivery. Down low at 102. Horwitz did not swing, watched it in the whole way, and he's standing at first now with the walk.
Well, that was one of the most impressive at-bats I've seen in a long time. Against one of the best relievers in baseball, he fouled off tough pitch after tough pitch, eventually taking that 102-mile-an-hour fastball below the strike zone, and that gives Vlad the opportunity to get a base hit here.
First pitch down Main Street. Fastball at 101 and an 0-1 count. Vladdy thought it might have been a little low, but that was in there. We're in the Timber Mart broadcast booth in the 9th inning with the Jays trying to make the comeback down 6-5. The 0-1 pitch. That one was definitely low, and it was called a strike. And Guerrero is not happy, and nor should he be.
Vlad's so frustrated with that call, which that was definitely not a strike. That was a ball. He walks away, takes his helmet off, takes a breather, still standing in that box, not ready to go, but that's a big call. That's a bad call.
Gabe Morales, the home plate umpire, hasn't really been much of a story today, but he certainly is right now. And now Vladdy chases the 3rd pitch and strikes out, and he turns and has a few words for Morales. And then Morales pointing to his chest saying, "That's not on me." Well, it kind of is. Guerrero strikes out.
The biggest thing when thinking about that at bat, especially with the stuff of Class A, is the difference between a 1-1 count and an 0-2 count is huge. And I think that's why Vlad is so frustrated there.
Brings up Justin Turner with Horwitz still on first, but now with 2 down. Turner with 3 walks today and a single in his last at bat. The pitch down Main Street at 101. It's a strike, and the count is 1-1. Jays down 6-5. 9th inning, 2 outs. Swing and a miss. It's 1-2. And on the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by the St. Louis Bar and Grill. Boston beats Cincinnati 7-4. Baltimore lost 8-1. Tampa Bay wins 3-1 over Pittsburgh. The pitch fouled off by Turner. He stays alive.
That was a quick pitch there. How would you like it if somebody quick pitched you through 101 miles an hour? That is a tough pitch right there. Justin Turner able to foul it back.
We'll do it again right now. The 1-2 delivery. Down in the dirt. Nice block there by Naylor. It's now 2-2. The crowd buzzing, wanting this thing to be over. Turner hoping to extend things. The Blue Jays don't want to go to Boston on a 6-game losing streak. The 2-2 delivery. And Turner sends it up the middle. A seeing eye single, and the game does indeed continue.
Well, Turner took that 100-mile-an-hour fastball in on the black, pulled the hands through, and just got it up the middle past the outstretched glove of Daniel Schneemann at second base. Another good at-bat. A good at-bat from Horwitz, and a good at-bat right there from Justin Turner.
So now 2 on with 2 out. As George Springer will come up. Now, Springer has not hit well this season. We all know that. But he had a double earlier in this game, and in his last at-bat, he sent a rocket to deep center field that missed a homer by about 5-10 feet at most. So he has swung the bat well today. Can he do something right here? Swings at the first pitch, clocked at 102, and fouls it off up and over the dugout on the first base side.
You are right, but the only thing I don't like about this at-bat is George Springer has struggled mightily this season against high velocity. And Class A has a lot of velocity.
No doubt about that. The 0-1 pitch. Another one fouled off by Springer. Up and over the backstop, and a quick 0-2 count. The Blue Jays in this series 1 for 14 with runners in scoring position. They've got one right now with Horwitz out at second, Justin Turner at first. 0-2 pitch. And it's sent to short. And Rocchio picks it up, tosses it over to second. And Schneemann records the out, and that ends the ball game. The Jays are swept by the Guardians, and Toronto has now lost 6 straight.
Well, on the offensive side, I think the Blue Jays had a pretty solid game. Obviously, Spencer Horwitz hits 2 home runs. George Springer, like you mentioned, with the double. But Yusei Kikuchi just came out today and just did not pitch well. Gave up 8 hits, 4 earned runs. Didn't walk many guys. Only had 1 walk, but he fell behind 3-0, 2-0. And that's just not conducive to a good or well-pitched game. And I think Yusei will tell you himself after the ball game that he just didn't pitch well. He didn't have command of all his pitches, and that's kind of the story of the game today.
And 9 hits for the Jays, 5 runs, but they gave up 13 hits, 6 runs, lose 6-5, and they head to Boston having lost 6 straight. We'll come back with some more numbers and a few final thoughts before we hand it off to Jays Talk. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between Pizza.
Hey, you! Yeah, you! The one that's listening to the Blue Jays baseball game with us. Please check and see if you've subscribed. If you haven't yet, please, help us. Let's make this sub counter go crazy. Make this sub counter go up, and let's bring more people into this awesome Toronto sports community. Thanks for being here during this Blue Jays game. If you're a Blue Jays fan, we're going to pick it. We're going to pick it up. We're going to turn it around this season. Let's go, Blue Jays, and everybody else that's here, welcome. Good luck to your team, but God, our Jays need some wins. Back to the baseball. Cheers, everybody.
With lots of trucks, so give us a call today.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle.
Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Not tomorrow, not someday. The home improvements begin today. It's game on with Timber Mart. Build that deck, raise that fence, landscape till your property is beautiful. Don't pay for 12 months on the Timber Mart deferred payment program. Your locally owned, completely Canadian hub of building and renovation expertise. Get your Timber Mart credit card at participating locations and pay later. 12 months later. Conditions apply. Ask in store for details or apply at timbermart.ca.
Hey, this is Bo Bichette. You're listening to Toronto Blue Jays Baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back, Eric Smith and Chris LaRue with you. The Blue Jays losing to the Guardians 6-5. And Chris, I know I said this to you a couple of times over the last few days that we've been working together. It was now a week ago today that we were talking about a Blue Jays team that seemed to be getting some momentum going. They had cut it to, one game below 500, and then they get swept by the Red Sox and now swept by the Guardians. Losers of 6 straight, and just when you thought things might be turning around for Toronto, they have taken a wrong turn. And I'm not going to say that, today on June 23rd that it's over by any means, but Toronto has dug themselves into quite the hole, now sitting 7 games below 500.
Yeah, it's definitely a hole that they could very well easily come out of. The season's not over as we sit here today on June 23rd, but they definitely have some work to do. They have to pitch better. They have to get big hits when they have runners on base early in counts with less than 2 outs. Those are big things that winning ball clubs do. When guys are on base with less than 2 outs, even with 2 outs, you have to come up with the big hit. The Cleveland Guardians did that in this series. The Red Sox did that in the previous series. But I'm encouraged by some things. Spencer Horwitz has been playing well. He had 2 home runs today. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is swinging the bat, continuing to swing the bat well. He had that home run today. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa is playing very well. So there are some positives in this lineup, but they need to have their bullpen healthy. Their starting rotation needs to pitch better. And those are 2 of the main things, I think, that are holding this Blue Jays team back right now.
Well, you mentioned Spencer Horwitz with a couple of home runs today, and let's hear from one of them right now. Or not.
Well, he did hit 2 home runs today.
And Spencer Horwitz just sent one deep to center field and gone into the trees above the wall in center field. And he does it again, folks. His second home run of the ball game, and Spencer Horwitz cuts the lead to 6-4. I think Tom Young was getting excited about Spencer Horwitz, and he was just, enjoying reading his stats or something. That was the call of the second home run, and as I mentioned in the play-by-play, it cut it to 6-4. But that was kind of the problem today in general for the Jays. They went up 2-0. Cleveland cut it to 2-1. The Jays responded and went up 3-1, but then it was 6-3. 6-4, 6-5. They were playing catch-up, most of the day after relinquishing that early lead that they had. But the other thing, if we circle back to Spencer Horwitz, the home runs are great. The average is great. The approach at the plate, as you've talked a lot about, has been great. He looks like a seasoned vet. But it's also in the field. Like, he had a couple of fantastic plays defensively today. And, we're talking so much about the future for the Blue Jays. Hopefully it's things like this, seeing the play of Spencer Horwitz, that can give you some positivity to latch onto when you think about what at least part of the future could look like, depending on how things shake down this season, with obviously the Jays struggling right around the midway point.
No, Spencer Horwitz today was incredible, and I've liked him even since last year in his brief stint with the Blue Jays. I liked him in spring training. I liked him last year. And it's not so much the skill level. It's just the patience at the plate. He swings at good pitches. He fouls off tough pitches. He's a lot like Justin Turner in that respect, where he can make a pitcher make a mistake, and when that pitcher does make a mistake, he does damage. We saw that today with his 2 home runs. We saw the tough diving play on a Jose Ramirez line drive today at second base. But the most impressive thing to me was against Emmanuel Clase in that ninth inning, that 12 pitch at bat where he fouled off tough pitches, 102, 101, those cutters inside, even some sliders from Clase, and then he took the walk. That's the most impressive thing to me. And yes, he is a rookie in that sense, but he plays like he's been in the game for 8, 9, 10 years, taking tough pitches and just carrying himself like a seasoned vet.
So one last time, the Blue Jays lose 6-5 on to Boston, where they will try to get back on the winning track. Thanks to Nick Blackmore and Tom Young, our crew today for the ball game. And Chris LaRue and I were going to sign off right now, but we are going to hand the baton now for Jays talk, and plenty to talk about, as it's going to begin right now with Show Ali and Jesse Rubinoff.
Well, Jesse, another game, yet another loss. Today, a 6-5 defeat for the Jays, who have now been swept for a second consecutive series. The losing streak extended to a season worst 6 games ahead of a 3-game set coming up at Fenway Park against the Boston Red Sox. You know, of the 6 games they've lost, it certainly wasn't the worst game I've ever seen.
I knew you were going to go there.
But I know, the moral victories is all you have during a 6-game losing streak. But I mean, look, the L still counts the same in the right-hand side of the column when you look at the standings on the interwebs. And the Jays, so they're now 35-42. They are 7 games under 500. Now, I know where you stand on this, but after 2 consecutive sweeps, and just like generally the season we have all experienced collectively, I gotta think something's got to give. Like, change in some fashion has got to be imminent. Like, if you're not going to change after 2 straight sweeps on the road, I mean, 1 sweep is at home, 1 sweep on the road, another 3-game set coming up against the Red Sox, the Yankees coming up at home as well, the Astros coming up as home as well. And I know they haven't had the most banner of years, but I mean, something's got to give at some point.
The problem I have with that is that it was only, I don't know, a month ago where Ross Atkins came out and gave John Schneider a remarkable vote of confidence. Mm-hmm. Like, not just a standard, I think John's doing a good job, his job shouldn't be in jeopardy. He was talking about how strong and how steady he's been and how patient he's been, and he's been a leader of men during a really trying time. So you really have 2 options in terms of something changing. Right. Because from a roster perspective, you've done pretty much everything you can do, barring a trade, and there's really nobody to trade, so that's not coming. So it's really either John Schneider or Ross Atkins or both. Like, that's where we are. Yeah. And I just said a month ago, the GM gave the manager a pretty extreme vote of confidence, and sometimes that can be a bit of a death knell for a manager in any sport, where you hear the GM talk about how they believe in the manager, and the next thing you know, they're let go. But I do wonder if now is the time where you come back, and it's not going to be a good look for the front office any way you slice it, because this will be their 3rd manager, and nobody, we talked about this yesterday, nobody gets that opportunity. But it does feel like you have ready-made manager types in the dugout. You have potentially a ready-made general manager in James Click in the front office.
Yeah.
It feels like if you're going to make a move at any point of the season, now would be the time to do it. If you're looking for some sort of a spark to try and, I don't know, get closer to 500 again, like, is there anyone out there that believes that what you've seen from this team leads you to believe that they can get back to 500 playing the way that they're playing?
It's tough.
They're 7 games below 500. Yeah. 7 games. Like, you heard Ross Atkins talk about how they're going to need a winning streak. But aside from playing the White Sox multiple times in a row, where's the win streak coming from? If anything, the chances are that this losing streak is going to continue going up against the Red Sox, who literally just swept you, and then the Yankees, who are an absolute wagon. So, yes, today was definitely the most competitive that they've been, and there were encouraging things that we can talk about. But at the end of the day, it just every day is a new rock bottom for this team until they figure out a way to win a baseball game.
You mentioned rock bottom, and I feel like I've felt that before, and then we see another layer underneath the bedrock. And today also coming with a suspension, an 80-game suspension for Elvis Martinez. So we'll talk about that a little bit later on. But to put it in perspective, Jesse, entering play today, the only teams in the American League the Jays had, but this is before this ball game, okay? And this is not even like right this second, but prior to games today, the only teams in the American League the Jays had better records than were the Angels, A's, and White Sox. And if you expand that to the entirety of Major League Baseball, you're adding the Rockies and Marlins. So really, entering play today, the Jays had, the 6th worst record in all of baseball. And then today they lost for the 6th consecutive game. 6-3, the final score. That's Jesse Rubinoff. I'm Show Ali, of course. You're listening to Jays Talk live on the Sportsnet Radio Network, streaming on sportsnet.ca and on the Sportsnet app. You can give us a call. 416-870-0590, 1-888-666-0590, star 590 on your cell. You can text us as well, 590-590, name and location. The People's Text line, of course, always open. And I want to read you some text here because a lot of people, I think, are on board with us in the sense of where you're viewing the season right now. Patrick and Innes Killen. And Patrick, for example, focuses on some of the micro decisions. So, why not pinch hit? Why pinch hit Kirk, then bring in Stewart? Why not just pinch hit Stewart, see what's up? You're getting a lot of zip with Alejandro Kirk. You're not taking any risks to try and win close games. Chris in Saskatchewan, we keep saying, quote unquote, they could turn this around, but nothing about this team since at least last season demonstrates, this is your point, demonstrates they can win when they need to win.
Yeah.
Take advantage of a strong seller's market at deadline and then try again next year. I do think Chris is correct when he kind of describes what the market will be, not just for the Blue Jays, but for the entirety of Major League Baseball, because I think if you do get out a little bit ahead of it, you will be able to get back some returns. Because
Absolutely.
the truth is there aren't a lot of teams that will be sellers, because a lot of teams are going to fool themselves into thinking they can make the wild card and making the playoffs and making something happen, a la the Diamondbacks or the Nationals or whatever, all the things we've talked about. But boy, it's just I'm just not sure you're going to see that trigger get pulled, because, again, barring something really radical, even though Ross Atkins probably should no longer be the GM of the team, he is the GM of the team.
Yeah, you need someone higher than him to make a call here. You need someone above, probably honestly even above Mark Shapiro, to get involved and say, it's over for this season, and we need to make a change and shift the direction of the organization and start to replenish things so we can be competitive, not 5 years from now, but 2 years from now, instead of wasting away multiple years trying to be some team that's not truly competitive. Stop fooling yourselves into thinking that you're actually good. It's one thing to not be good, which clearly I think 7 games under 500, they're just not that good. Yeah, but also, there's just a lack of killer instinct on this team, a lack of going for the jugular. I'm not saying they're not trying, but when the opportunity presents itself, they haven't nearly enough had the ability to get out ahead and actually win a baseball game in a couple of moments. For example, top of the third, Horwitz already had a homer in the inning, 1 out, Turner walks, Springer doubles. Okay? So there's 2 guys on. Barger strikes out, Jansen strikes out, rally is over, inning is over. 5th inning, 2 on, 1 out. Jansen pops out, Schneider walks, so the bases are now loaded. Kiermaier comes up, lines out, inning is over. And it just happens too often. Now, you can say it's a roster construction thing, so in big spots, players are coming up who don't give you the best opportunity to cash runs. And that is true. But if you are Ross Atkins and you actually believe in the team that you've built, you expect these guys in these moments to sometimes win a baseball game in the 5th inning. Win a baseball game in the 5th inning. And they just can't do that. When they win, it's extraordinarily close. Oftentimes it's a pitcher's duel. Everything has to go perfectly well. And when they lose, aside from today, it's almost always uncompetitive. Yeah. So when the game's close, you would just like to see sometimes put up a 4-spot, 5-spot in an inning, get out ahead of the Guardians, and at least plant a seed in their minds that they're not going to be able to come back in this game and win. And the Jays this year just do not do that. They don't do that, and that's incredibly frustrating.
416-870-0590, 1-888-660-590, star 590 on your cell. Let's go to Adam in Thornhill. He's joining us here on Jay's Talk. Adam, what's on your mind?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. I heard that Chris LaRue said before he passed the airwaves to you guys that there's still plenty of baseball left in the season. Yeah, this team has no shot to make the playoffs. And if you think about it, they're already not only 15 games back of the Yankees, but they're also 15 games back of the Orioles. So if you look at it this way, they can't win the East and they can't finish second. They obviously can't win the Central or the West, and one team from the playoffs has to come from those two divisions. So you're essentially battling for two playoff spots, and you're behind, all of those other teams other than, Oakland, the Angels, and the White Sox. So you have no shot to make the playoffs this year. So the only thing you can do is this. It might not be popular, but this is what I would do. I'd send the Buffalo boys back to Buffalo to play every single day, so they're getting reps in every day. And for 5 weeks, I would showcase all the veterans, painful as it's going to be. And if you have to eat salaries on expiring contracts like Turner and Kiermaier, then you do that. And like you said, it's a seller's market. And you might be able to, you're not going to get back a top-end prospect, but you might be able to get some organization's 9th best prospect, 12th best prospect, and you can rebuild this thing on the fly quickly. And then after July 30th, you bring all the Buffalo boys up for the last 2 months of the season, and you assess what you have going into next year. That's my thoughts.
Adam, thanks for the call. Thanks for joining us on Jay's Talk. I think it's like an interesting idea in theory. The reason I believe they won't do it is because, and Adam kind of admitted to this in his call, but the idea that you're not going to get a lot back, even if you were to eat salary. And I think we probably would have to eat a little bit, not that it would matter on one-year deals, but I think you would have to eat a little bit of Kiermaier and Turner's salary. But it's just like, I really don't think you're getting much for Turner or Kiermaier.
You're not going to get anybody that's going to see the light of day in the major leagues.
No, like Kiermaier, if you trade, I don't think you're getting much for Turner. Kiermaier,
the one-year deals, both of them.
Kiermaier might get you a prospect, but not one that would be of any consequence because he's not hitting very well. And a team that trades for Kiermaier is basically only trading for him to be a defensive replacement late games. Essentially, he's not starting in any teams, unfortunately, right? And then certainly, I know Adam did mention him, but Springer is pretty much untradeable because you'd have to eat so much of that salary. And
it's hard to even talk about because we don't know what the appetite would be to do that.
That's what I mean. Like he's making essentially like $25 million a year for the rest of the time he's here. It's like 2 more years after this year's 2 more years.
Yeah.
So I don't know. That's tough. That's really tough to eat. He's not going to be bought out for that reason. He's not going to be DFA'd for that reason. And no team's going to trade for him also for that reason, which is really tough.
I think in theory, Adam's idea makes a lot of sense because it's really not that long before the trade deadline, like playing the veterans for a month.
Right.
To see if they can scrape together a solid month. But what could Springer and Turner and Kiermaier possibly do, even with regular at-bats, in a full month to garner any kind of value? They would have to hit 400, all three of them, and still be outstanding in the field. And that's just it's not going to happen. You haven't seen anything to lead you to believe that would happen in any way, shape, or form. So I think the preference for me, and which is why I've been extremely frustrated at the treatment of the Buffalo Brigade since they've been here, is you got to play these guys every day. You can't be having Ernie Clement be the second hottest hitter in baseball, sit him on the bench, bring him back, he's 0 for 4, sit him on the bench again. You're never going to find out what you have in any of these guys if they don't play. So if you're bad, which you are, and Turner and Kiermaier are on 1-year deals, you're not going to get anything for them. I'd probably even trade them before the deadline for spare parts anyway, because I don't know what the purpose that they serve being here on an uncompetitive team. And I think, honestly, just to owe it to them for their careers, go and play somewhere where you have a chance to maybe win a ring.
But how many contenders are you even going to do? Are you going to do those kinds of trades? Probably not many, I would imagine.
I don't know. But either way, I would either sit them on the bench or try and trade them and play the guys from Buffalo because you have to identify who's going to play for your team in the future. Who's going to...
Yeah.
Where's the cavalry coming from? It's the guys that are on the team right now and not playing every other day. What is the purpose of having the guys from Buffalo in the dugout just eating sunflower seeds? How is that helping their careers at all?
Yeah.
How is it helping you as an organization identify who's going to be on the team opening day 2025? It's not.
No.
So you can't be caught in this middle trying to figure out what the best recipe is. No. They're 7 games below 500. They're not making the playoffs. So play the guys that you think might actually be a part of your future moving forward. And enough of this just kind of dilly-dallying about what direction you want to go in.
Text line hopping right now, 590-590, name and location. Alex in St. John saying, guys, this is year 2 of what we're seeing. Shapiro will not fire Atkins. Look at their history. Atkins is Mark's shadow. Ownership has lost my confidence and trust. Nothing is going to change until fans stop going and force ownership's hands. I feel like with fans not going to games, Jesse, I don't know how you feel about this, but I've always felt for the Blue Jays, and I think this is just how it is, like the ripple effect taking as long as it is. Because like we're the people who are texting, the people who are listening, you and I talking about it, we're like the hardcore people. Like we're the ones who are watching every game, no matter how bad it gets. But I feel like because of like when you talk about the people who are not the hardcore people, it kind of takes like a year-ish for that to like ripple out to the people who are not like the hardcore fans, like the hardcore eyeballs, the casual fans. And I don't think that's a problem, but I do inherently. But I do wonder if that is the case. Like you're not going to see people stop going this year. Like that, it might take until next season for nothing to happen in the offseason, or like nothing to happen at the deadline rather, and change not really, like meaningful change not happen before like it ripple out to like 40,000 plus people who are making the decision to not go to the Rogers Center.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Like,
yeah, definitely. Like I think the renovations came at a good time, but unfortunately, like as more time passes, that only buys you a little bit of a window.
Yeah.
Like at the end of the day, it's very nice that fans have places to gather and talk and chat and have a good time at the Diamond. That's fun. But people care about winning. Like if they renovated the White Sox stadium tomorrow, you think anybody would care? No, it's like, okay, it's nice for a couple weeks.
But you know what? But they have already stripped it down though.
Right. So I think at the end of the day, you need to have hope. You need to have hope for your organization. And renovation's nice, but it's not hope.
No, like not
it doesn't directly translate to wins. And right now, where the Blue Jays are, what are you looking at that says or screams to you that is the reason to hope moving forward that they can be better in 2025 and 2026? Is it Vlad? Is it Bo? Like, what is it? Because from my vantage point, it's why I'm excited about the Buffalo Brigade, because I think there's potential there. You saw with Spencer Horwitz today, 2 home runs. That's encouraging. I would like to see more of that. I would like to see more at bats.
You know what that means? He's not going to play tomorrow.
He's definitely not playing tomorrow. But then you look at the starting rotation that has been so fantastic over the last 2 seasons. They're aging rather quickly, right? Gossman's getting up there. He's over 30.
Yeah.
Rios is going to be here for a while, which we discussed yesterday is probably the one pitcher that's part of the core moving forward. Mm-hmm. But what else is there beyond Vlad, Bo, and potentially a couple of the Buffalo guys that says to you, that is the reason for me to get behind this team and hope that the future will be better? Because from our vantage point, there's not much there.
It's the same conversation you and I have had about the Raptors, right? And I feel like we're drawing a lot of parallels to the Raptors these days, except the main difference is the Raptors actually won a championship, so therefore you kind of like you can dine out on that.
Bought a little bit more time for themselves.
But like a big part of the conversation with the Raptors these days, or maybe not these days because they've already made the trades they need to make, but in the last couple of years, Jesse, has been that you kind of had to identify who the members of that core were before you started to make transactions, right? And then the Raptors clearly identified that Pascal Siakam and Fred VanVleet and OG Anunoby were not members of the core, and they moved on from them. And I think we're like at that point here, right? You're at the point with the Blue Jays, and I don't think if you're identifying that so-and-so is not a part of the core, I don't think that means they're bad ball players, but I think it does mean that you need to identify the players who are. And I think a lot of people are asking the question, are any of these guys part of a potential core? Because I just feel like the Jays have a lot of, I'm a big fan of Vladdy's, and I think he'll probably stay on a relatively long-term deal. I do believe that, but it just is, that doesn't necessarily make him a part of like like the aircraft carrier term that Barker likes to use, like the core members of this team in terms of like the run producers driving this team's offense. And it's possible like there are no members of that. You know what I mean? Like it's possible that all of these guys are relative complementary players when it comes to the aircraft carrier type of guys. And if that's the case, then that is a point in favor of now 7 games below 500. And I know a lot of people listening are saying it should have happened well before this, but if that is the case, and you've identified that to be the case, then I mean, what's the alternative? Just you can't keep running it back. That's crazy, right?
No, that is literally the definition of insanity, is doing the same thing over and over, hoping for a different result, and you're not getting that. Like they just played a Guardians team who has a payroll that is more than $100 million less than the Toronto Blue Jays, and they outclassed them in every way. Like for a second, let's not talk about how brutal the Blue Jays were over the course of this series. The Guardians are an excellent baseball team. It is a pleasure to watch them play baseball. Their pitching is great. The bullpen's fantastic. Their offense is incredible. The bat-to-ball contact that we talked about for the last couple of days, like every single at-bat for Ramirez and Josh Naylor and Stephen Kwan, every at-bat is competitive. And in the field, you saw Rocchio yesterday making 2 ridiculous plays. Like you just, in every facet of the game, they are sharp, they are clean, they are playing winning baseball. And every time out for the Blue Jays, something fails them. One day it's pitching, one day it's starting pitching, one day it's the bullpen, one day it's lack of production at the plate.
I mean, most days it's that.
Most days. Last couple days prior to today, it was defense. They had 5 errors in 2 games. So it's just the whole thing. You put it all together, and there's just far too many weaknesses, unfortunately. And this is a very good barometer. Yeah, the Guardians are a very good team, but these are the kind of teams that you're going to have to play if you were to get into the playoffs. And if you play the Guardians 10 straight times, Blue Jays are probably winning, what, once, twice?
Nah, probably more than that. Maybe like
3?
Maybe like 3 or 4 times, I would say.
Not 4 times. I'll cap it. I'll cap it at 3. I'll cap it at 3. But that is a very good baseball team, and frankly, that is the competition. So unfortunately, the Blue Jays are just not at that level, and that's going to force them into making some rather difficult choices here in the very near future.
Anand in North York on the text line says, "Hey guys, this team is like getting stuck in traffic on the DVP/Gardner and going nowhere for a long time."
I actually don't. I don't know about that because traffic is like real bad these days. Like there were people backing up on the Gardner. Did you see that video?
So you agree with Anand? Then?
No, I think traffic's worse.
Oh,
this is just sports.
Oh, okay.
This is just sports. Traffic is worse. I saw the video of people
backing
like driving in reverse on the Gardner to get off
the on-ramps.
The Gardner is a whole different ball of wax. Like this is, at the end of the day, this is just sports. Like the blood pressure should not be rising the same amount for the Blue Jays as the Gardner. But the point is still well made because it is frustrating to watch this team right now.
416-870-0590, 1-888-666-0590, star 590 on your cell. Jay in Regina joining us here on Jay's Talk. Jay, what's up?
Hey, thanks for having me on, guys. So, as a fan, this is obviously a tough season to watch. I would say that this season is obviously a write-off. I'd like to see the free agents get traded, restock the cupboards, and hopefully we don't let this beautiful rotation that we have go to waste and just focus on 2025. And Shapiro and Atkins can go far, far away. Thanks, guys.
Hey, Jay, thanks for the call, man. Very succinct. I think a lot of people agree with you. I think we're definitely at the point now, and I know a lot of people listening are like, well, we've been at that point for quite some time, Jesse. But at the point of retooling, rebuilding, I see a text here on the text line. Tina from London, Ontario, texting in something about what we were saying. Vladdy's no Jose Ramirez, nor is he even close to Soto. He's not a bad player. He's just not a superstar. And again, I think that's true, right? He's not a bad player. Mm-hmm. He's the kind of player I think most teams would happily take Vladdy, but most teams would not, I think, make him the centerpiece of your offense. And I think the fact that him and Bo, who's on the IL, but who has struggled certainly in the last couple of years, he's been a lot of hits, but you want to see more runs from Bo. And this year, I think it's taken a real nosedive even prior to the injury. But, like they're very good players, but I mean there is a line of demarcation, right, between the stars, the superstars, and the very good players. And I think that's where we're at now. Like I don't think there's any way to argue otherwise, unless he really turns it around. I'm not sure that you can really argue otherwise.
I think it's a really, really good point. And unfortunately for Vladdy, because this is not his fault, but I do think that he's a bit of a microcosm of the entire team, like the whole organization. Vladdy is based on what we thought he was going to be. Again, not his fault. The expectations, he didn't give them himself. This is what people thought he was going to be. But he has underachieved the expectation. Is that not what the entire Blue Jays, this whole era has been? Underachieving.
Yeah.
So unfortunately for Vladdy, he kind of wears it as, in a lot of ways, the face of this lineup. And he hasn't been what people expected. And you can draw a direct line to the rest of the organization and say they have not been what we expected them to be. It's tough for Vladdy to kind of wear that because while he's not, quote unquote, a superstar, the numbers that he's putting up are not horrible. He's still the best hitter in the lineup, still the most productive hitter in the lineup. But the criticism comes in a lot of ways because he's not getting the support that he needs. Like I'm not defending him. I think we thought he was going to be a 35 and 90 guy at the very least.
Right.
But if he had other players around him that were contributing in a more fruitful way, then the eyes in the spotlight wouldn't always go on Vladimir Guerrero Jr. in the way that it does when he struggles.
416-870-0590, 1-888-666-0590, star 590 on your cell. Let's go back to the phones. Guy joining us from Maple. Guy, what's up today? Hey, Guy, you there? Still there? Guy? Going once? Going twice? Maybe
no, Guy.
No, sorry, Guy, man. We'll get
you. Can't hear me?
Oh, there we go. There you are. Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Okay.
So, Jesse, you're bang on today, man. Like you got your A game going. I thought Horwitz's at bat was the best one of the season. I mean, the guy had a 12 pitch at bat. He swung at 8 strikes and fouled it off, and he let 4 balls go. I mean, if that's not as good as a professional at bat as you'll see, I don't know what is. But and then you got Guerrero and Springer come up, and it's game over. I mean, the umpires stunk tonight, but that's another story. As far as who you're going to get. Oh, and by the way, you're probably right. Horwitz is probably not going to play tomorrow. That's it does. You got to play these kids, and again, I agree with. I think his name was Adam. What he said: play the kids and see what you got. At least you develop them in a season where you're not competitive. You don't want these guys starting out next year when you try to hope to maybe become competitive. So I think this is the year you do that. Everything's a mess. Right? You don't believe anything management says. I don't even know, what to believe anymore. Like it's so disappointing. Even with today with the Orlevis Martinez thing. I mean, I thought that statement that came out was a bunch of BS. You're either a cheater and a liar, or you're as dumb as a doorknob to be taking this thing, and the people around you. I mean, it's one or the other. You can't. You did it, and you got caught. And that statement was a bunch of BS. And I just wanted to know your thoughts on that. And one last thing, I think for the All-Star game, I don't think any of our players should go. I think you should get those 2 guys who dress up as hot dogs and send them guys to the All-Star game.
Gee, thanks for the call, man. I appreciate it as always. I mean, those guys, they dummy a lot of hot dogs. They do. Let's talk about Horwitz first. We'll talk about Orlevis in a second. Let's do Horwitz first because he played today. 2 home runs today from Horwitz, both solo shots. It was his first career multi-home run game. He now has 3 career home runs, one coming last year in Colorado. Which is funny, right? Because when you hit a home run at Coors Field, it's kind of like playing baseball on the moon, right? Like you're just launching guided missiles into the past the ballpark's confines. But I'm not that it's like not valid by any means, but it is I think more impressive to do it at literally any other ballpark. Not at Coors Field in Denver. But it was very impressive to see that from Spencer Horwitz today. Here's where I'm at on Horwitz. He's just got to play every day now, right? Like this, I think I've gotten to the same point with Horwitz that I did get to with Davis Schneider, right? Where it's just he has rewarded you for having faith in him and for calling him up, and he basically forced your hand in the minors because he was batting like .330 or whatever it was, and now He's doing roughly the same thing in the majors. He's been phenomenal. So he's got to play every day. Like I joked, but if I see the lineup tomorrow, Jesse, and he's not on that lineup card, I'm going to scream.
Well, not just you.
I think everyone's going to.
Jay's Twitter, I mean, on any given day, it's out of control, but it'll be absolutely wild if he's not in the lineup. I wouldn't be stunned at all. Which is like either. Crazy.
Yeah, it's wild that you could even really say that. I got to say, too, the thing that's actually impressed me the most, and it was nice to actually see this like in a really like highlight reel type of play. Like if you're cutting together the highlights, I think you would for sure add this in there. But he's playing pretty well defensively. Like maybe he's not perfect, certainly, but like Jose Ramirez comes up to the plate, smokes a 103 mile an hour drive, like right up the middle of the field, on the ground, yes, but on the ground, up the middle of the diamond rather. And he dives, he sells out for it, stops, turns, throws to first, gets the out. That's pretty good. Like for a guy who only started playing second base, earlier this year or last year. Yeah. I mean, you feel okay about it. So if he was in the field every day, I wouldn't feel poorly about it. And to the callers' points, Guy and Adam and everyone else, if you want to see more of the young guys, then you want to see more of Spencer Horwitz. Like he's been phenomenal, I think.
It's almost like an admission of failure on the part of the front office that Spencer Horwitz is now in the major leagues playing second base, because the entire structure of building this roster was geared towards run prevention, right? And now you have guys that literally started playing a position last year. You're trying to have them bail you out of a season that is quickly going the other way. It's just very strange that is where we've come to, and it's almost like, well, it's the front office saying we didn't do a good enough job. And maybe that was a flawed strategy to try and build a run prevention-oriented team.
Yeah.
Because now we have guys really scattered around the diamond that are playing positions that are either not A, their number one position, or B, positions that they just took up a year and a half ago. Yeah. Which is just, it's stunning that we got here, and it's a big about face, but it's more or less out of desperation because the Buffalo guys are the only ones that are really contributing at the moment, which is just it's remarkable that we're already here in just the end of June, not even the end of June.
Not even the end of June. Yeah, it's what a crazy season we've experienced. Like, and it's not even Canada Day yet. Like Canada Day, we're not even at the halfway, like the traditional halfway barometer of the season, which is the All-Star break. Like we're still like 3 weeks away from the halfway point of the season. And these are the conversations we're having on a daily basis.
Usually reserved for the dog days of August.
Yeah, exactly.
So like August 23rd.
A part of what's made it so crazy has certainly been the other bit that Guy mentioned, which is the suspension of Orelvis Martinez. So, of course, if you're only learning about this now, I suspect many of you saw it when it happened. But right before the ball game, or an hour or two before the ball game, Orelvis Martinez suspended for 80 games for the usage of clomipene, I think it was called, and it was the on the banned substance list, so a performance-enhancing drug. So he will not return until September. There was a question here on the text line: can he play in the minors? No, because he's on the restricted list now. He's just unavailable.
Can't play in the playoffs either if the Blue Jays were even to trade him or something.
Yeah, if he were to come back, he will come back before the playoffs because he got called up. So he's on the MLB restricted list, which means that because of course the minor league season ends before the major league season does. So he could in theory play in the regular season, but it's a tough look for a 22-year-old. He comes up, gets his first hit, and then the news was they found out yesterday. He came to them. He tells them yesterday, and now here we are. I said this in the pregame show, but I wanted to say it again, Jesse. For me, and Guy mentioned the statement he made, and he kind of said, "Oh, it was in like a fertility drug I'm taking. My girlfriend and I are trying to start a family." That was kind of the part of the statement he said. Like whether that's true or not is immaterial to me personally. The truth is, if you're a professional athlete, like you got to be responsible for what you're putting in your body. Like you can't plead ignorance based on, it was a doctor's fault. Oh, I didn't check. Like you're a professional athlete. Like that's part of your job. Yeah. Like it's your responsibility. It is incumbent on you to know what you're putting in your blood, essentially, right? So I don't know. Whether or not I believe him is doesn't really matter. It's the fact that he brought this on himself and he has to wear it. He said he accepts the responsibility, but I mean he should, because it is his responsibility.
His mistake. Yeah. You're bang on, and I mean we'll never know. So it doesn't really matter what we think.
We'll never know.
We'll never know. But I mean, it's worth pointing out that clomiphene, bodybuilders use it to keep their muscle mass. Like, it's not like unheard of that someone somewhere would use this as a performance-enhancing drug. Again, we'll never know, and I'm certainly not going to go as far as to say that Orelvis Martinez is a liar, because I have absolutely no idea whether he's telling the truth or not.
Yeah,
I think we give him the benefit of the doubt. He's going to serve his penalty, which is, I think we discussed this in the pregame, I think a very reasonable outcome.
Like half a season,
Half a season. Yeah. And look, if you do it again, it's a much more severe punishment.
Yeah.
And he gets what he deserved, because just like you said, it's his responsibility to know what he's putting in his body. All other major leaguers have the exact same rules. So they have the same situation as Orelvis. And they weren't caught using this tablet. So there you go.
Yeah, Noelvi Marte was suspended 80 games for he was the Reds' top prospect. He got suspended. I remember Ramon Laureano a couple of years got suspended for the same thing, and it happens, but it doesn't happen so often that it's like, oh, mistake. You know what I mean?
No.
Like it's clearly incumbent on you. I think the other kind of fallout from this is and I don't think maybe a lot of people are on board with this idea, but if you were someone who was the proponent of, hey, maybe you could trade Orelvis Martinez for like a major league bat or something like that and help yourself. Now 7 games under 500, it seems like it's like also immaterial, like it doesn't really matter, but that's also another like option that is no longer available to you, right? Like what team is going to trade for him? Like no one, essentially.
No, well, especially not a team that's in the playoff race.
Yes,
because
right.
He's ineligible to play in the playoffs. So,
but I mean, a team acquiring Orelvis would probably it'd probably be like a bad team because they're rebuilding.
They want him as a prospect.
Yeah, and they want him to be a major.
Exactly what the Blue Jays need.
That's what I mean. So it's
he's
just
their best hitting prospect that may have been under the influence of PEDs the whole time, and we have no idea if he can actually hit for power.
Yeah, that's tough. That's tough, man. 416-870-0590. 1-888-666-0590.
That's ridiculous.
Star 590 on your cell. Those are the numbers for you to call. Let's take a quick break. 590-590, name and location. The text line's popping as well. We'll read a bunch of your texts. Go back to the phones after this. You're listening to Jays Talk. Jays lose 6-5 and are swept away again. Jays Talk returns on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know your vehicle rusts faster in warm weather? Protect your vehicle today. For a special summer offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
We're 2 men and a truck. So, you're moving to a new home, and all that's left to do is to call a mover you know you can trust. Well, naturally, you think 2 men and a truck, since you know they have lots of men and lots of trucks. They'll wrap, pack, and move everything you own. With a 96% referral rating and the professionalism you can trust, the choice is simple. For a free in-home estimate, call today. We're 2 men and a truck.
2 men and a truck, the movers who care.
Hi, I'm Buck Martinez, live from the showdown between Pizza and inflation. First to the plate, Pizza's big hitter, fixed rate pizza. An extra large 4-topping pizza for a fixed price of $17.99 until the end of 2024. I dare say, folks, inflation stands no chance against this all-star. Here's the delivery. And inflation strikes out. That's a swing and a drive for fixed rate pizza. Lock in yours today.
Order pizza.ca.
Bring it in, Canada. When it comes to small business, Desjardins is a big fan. And not just the hop on the bandwagon fan. We're the in it for the long haul fan. The fan